Hello, hello, test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
Morning, everyone. May I please just request that everyone ensure you register before entering the hall. The registration counter is on the ground floor, up the escalator. If you have registered, you will receive a small box from ICT. If you did not receive this, it means you haven't registered. So if I can please request that everyone do your registration, as we are also doing our head counts. And if I can please request that everyone fill up the seats in front. Boleh ke? Can we try to move forward and fill up the seats in front? Boleh cari gang and duduk together. So nak yang lambat masuk depan Okay, take your time, but I hope you can all try to fill up the seats lah. Yeah, so that it doesn't look so scattered and empty. Thank you. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I may please just request for everyone's attention. Hello. Can I just check that everyone has done their registration? It's via a QR code, and upon registration at the ground floor, just by the escalator, you should receive a small box from Icon. So if you have not done so, I would encourage you to do so. And can I also request that everyone kind of move forward and fill up the seats in front? Boleh tak? Can we get everyone to just shift to the front? Kita ada banyak lagi empty seats at the front. And also just for information, there are booths outside by our external friends as well as our internal friends. So to the right of the hall, we have a pavilion, and to the left, there are some booths by our partners. So do take the opportunity to walk around later. Again, reminder on registration for you to receive this awesome little box. Kita tengok apa ada kat dalam. Okay, there's a little icon Bluetooth speaker. Okay, so kalau belum register, please do so. We are still waiting for the queue to start. So meanwhile, please do your networking, talk to each other, share your thoughts while we wait for the queue. Thank you. Okay, we are getting ready for the starting of the event. I would like to again request that everyone try to fill up the seats in front. Can we empty the 5 rows at the back? 5 rows at the back, boleh tak kita kosongkan? I need to fill up the front dulu. Kita masih ada ruang di hadapan. Kalau boleh kita fill up di hadapan dahulu. Would like to get everyone's cooperation, please. And again, a reminder on registration. On our records, we seem to have a very low number and not reflective of those in the hall. So if you can help us by registering and ensuring that you receive this little box. So, boleh ke nak tengok crowd dekat sini? Where are you from? Kita ada tak kawan-kawan daripada DN? Ada tak DN? 3 orang, 4 orang? I don't think so. Hands up. DN. Okay, how about from retail? Look around. Are your friends missing? Okay, tak ramai juga ya. Okay, what about from grid? Grid people. Okay, how about TGBS? Do we have friends from TGBS? Okay, oh kat luar ramai okay. How about ICT itself? On the delegates? Okay, expected ya. Okay, how about our friends from Alo? Oh, ramai juga Cik Syamil bawa ramai geng. Do we have friends from MTM? Okay, hello. Okay, so we are representing the whole variety of our enterprise. Anybody from TSG? TSG, hello. Kita ada friends from Sustainability Division. Thank you for coming. What about SVD? Ada? Alright, great. RSMD? Tangan tak nampak, suara je. Ada Takut false representation. Thank you very much for your response. So I'm still waiting for the queue. If you know of your friends yang masih dekat luar, bolehlah WhatsApp in your group, minta diorang masuk ke dalam. Okay, while waiting, I will just share with you on the happenings di luar Dewan. We have a pavilion just outside the hall to the right. Dekat situ kita ada knowledge hub, and we also have a pavilion booth with our friends from TNB Retail, TNB DN, TNB ICT Digital, ICT Intelligent Operations, and TGBS. Apart from that, we also have our friends on this side of the hall, behind the hall, from Microsoft, IBM, Cisco, TM, AWS, Cellcom DG, and Google. We also have our friends from Ilsas and Huawei. So do take the opportunity to walk around and visit the booths later. All refreshments and meals will be served at the M floor. Yeah. So if you walk up the escalator, the refreshments and meal area is di atas Dewan. There will be lunch served from 11:30 a.m. and a tea break at 4 p.m. later. Okay, we're gonna do another round of exercise. I would like to request the 10 rows from behind to be emptied. So saya mohon yang berada di barisan 10 di belakang untuk fill up the seats in front. Can we empty the 10 rows at the back? So lebih baik terus ke depan sebab nanti mungkin yang ke-11 dan ke-12 pun kena empty. Okay, kita boleh stretching sikit untuk buat sedikit pergerakan ke hadapan. Okay, on the left here pun banyak lagi seats ya, in front. Those who are still searching, we have seats in front on this side. Di tengah pun masih ada lagi di hadapan. Don't be afraid to sit next to a stranger. Please make friends and network. So again, a reminder for everyone to ensure that you have done your registration. You should have received the QR code via your email when you register, and with the QR code, you just have to show it to our usherers, and they will take your attendance and give you a small box from Icon. So please make sure you have registered. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin very shortly, so if I can get your attention. Our VIP is on the way in perhaps 5 minutes, so kalau kita boleh get ready lah, on standby. Thank you.
Have you ever wondered, whenever you're in the office, or dealing with a customer, or even out in the field, from the small steps to the big plans that revolutionize the way we power the nation, how does it all just work? It is our duty, empowering you in numerous ways. And we've been here all along.
We are ICT.
We are ICT.
The world can't stop, and neither can we. Because the work we do keeps things going. We are explorers, innovators, and problem solvers. We are the backbone of your digital world.
We are ICT.
We're here to deliver peace of mind. No matter where you are, we make sure you're always connected, so you can do what you do best. We don't just fix problems, we are here to reimagine the way things work, transforming businesses and industries by always staying ahead of the curve. We take security very seriously. That's why we make sure our cyberspace is safe and secured around the clock.
We are ICT.
We have the experience, the expertise, and the pioneering spirit. This is us. We are
ICT.
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 This is where technology meets imagination.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. Welcome to ICT Conference 2024, the annual flagship event of the ICT division since 2017. My name is Azlul Azima, and I'm honored to be your host for the first segment of today's program. This year's theme, Better Data, Brighter Future, Reimagining Energy with Artificial Intelligence, reflects our commitment to leveraging data and artificial intelligence to revolutionize energy and drive sustainable innovation. We aim to inspire, educate, and empower everyone here to embrace the transformative potential of digital technology in line with reimagining TNB 2.0 and Malaysia's National Energy Transition Roadmap. Before we proceed, allow me to just share a short note for housekeeping. If I may kindly request that you keep your mobile phones on silent mode to avoid interruptions. For information, the nearest powder rooms are conveniently located to the left and right, just outside the main hall. And should you need any assistance, please feel free to approach any of our friendly ushers stationed around the venue. Now, as we continue, safety is always our top priority at TNB. Let's watch the safety video to ensure everyone here is familiar with the safety protocols at this venue.
Selamat datang ke Pusat Konvensyen Tenaga Nasional Berhad TNB Bangsa. Ini adalah taklimat keselamatan semasa anda berada di premis ini. Sila ambil perhatian kerana ianya akan menjamin keselamatan sepanjang berada di sini. Sebagai pelawat ke premis ini, anda dinasihatkan agar memerhati dan peka kepada persekitaran anda. Terdapat beberapa pintu kecemasan di bangunan ini. Kenal pasti pintu kecemasan berhampiran anda dan bersedia untuk bergerak ke situ. Terdapat alat pengesan asap, alat pemadam api dan pilih pancur basah di setiap ruangan yang akan berfungsi untuk melindungi dan menggera anda. Sekiranya penggera kecemasan berbunyi seperti ini, kekal bertenang. Sila ikut arahan kaki tangan TNB dan floor warden yang bertugas. Sila bergerak dalam keadaan tenang dan teratur. Bergerak ke arah tempat berkumpul melalui pintu kecemasan paling hampir dengan anda. Sejurus sampai, beritahu atau lapor diri di tempat berkumpul. Ikut arahan ERT atau bomber yang bertugas. Jangan masuk semula ke bangunan selagi tidak dibenarkan atau sehingga keadaan disahkan selamat. Sekiranya ada masalah kesihatan atau kecederaan, sila dapatkan bantuan dari first aider terdekat. Atas dasar kelestarian alam dan manusia serta menyahut seruan ESG, bangunan ini adalah zon larangan merokok. Kami turut mengamalkan 3R, reduce, reuse dan recycle. Akhir sekali, selamat datang dan kekal selamat setiap masa di mana sahaja anda berada.
Thank you everyone for your attention. Please be alert to the nearest safety exits to you. And up next, I would like to request for everyone to please stand up as we play the TNB corporate song. Everyone please rise.
Sepakat sehati sejiwa, berharmoni jalankan kerja, produktiviti dengan kualiti menjadi tanggungjawab
Thank you, everyone. You may sit now. To bless our gathering, we will now continue with the Dua recitation. Please join me in welcoming Muhammad Azim Hamir to lead the Dua.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let's start our conference with Ummul Kitab Al-Fatihah. Auzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Arrahmanir rahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. All praise to Allah, the most merciful, for your endless blessing. Peace and blessing upon Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family and companions. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, on this blessed morning, in conjunction with ICT Conference 2024, we express our grateful towards you in favor of all the infinite blessing to us to live in safe and prosperous life. Grant us the wisdom and guidance to harness the power of artificial intelligence in data responsibly and ethically. Help us to use these tools to drive innovation and enable Tenaga Nasional Berhad to lead the digitalization efforts that uphold sustainable development and societal well-being. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim, guide Tenaga Nasional Berhad to greatness, peace and glory, enabling it to remain a pillar of strength for the nation. Bless our leaders with wisdom and foresight to embrace challenges and lead us towards a future filled with blessings and opportunities. Ya Muzil al-Barakat, we ask you to make ICT Conference 2024 a source of beneficial knowledge, fruitful collaboration, and transformative ideas. Let our collective efforts today and beyond be counted as a step toward achieving your blessing and mercy in this world and the hereafter. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Azim. Now, it is my pleasure to invite Tuan Haji Azlan Ahmad, Chief Information Officer of TNB, to deliver his welcoming address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Tuan Haji Azlan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you very much Puan Zizi, pengacara majlis. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and very good morning everyone. Presiden CEO of Tenaga Nasional Berhad yang berbahagia Datuk Insinyur Megat Jalaluddin bin Megat Hassan, barisan pengurusan JIK, pengarah-pengarah urusan anak-anak syarikat Tenaga Nasional Berhad, esteemed guests, speakers and participants. Syukur Alhamdulillah kita semua diberi kesihatan dan kelapangan masa untuk berkumpul dan hadir di majlis kita hari ini. It is of my great pleasure to welcome everybody to the 5th ICT Conference Icon 2024. Thank you. As I look around, I am delighted to see quite a big number, Alhamdulillah, from diverse disciplines, backgrounds, from various divisions of Tenaga Nasional Berhad gathered here today. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to those joining us remotely through WebEx. I was told ada close to 150 people out there. Untuk pengetahuan yang berbahagia Datuk, Presiden CEO, Datuk-Datuk dan tuan-tuan, puan-puan sekalian, ikon kali ini adalah merupakan ikon yang kali kelima dianjurkan dan tahun ini bertumpukan kepada topik bertemakan Better Data, Better Future, Reimagining Energy with AI. Dan insya-Allah sebentar lagi kita akan bersama-sama berpeluang untuk mendengar secara terus direct dari Yang Berbahagia Datuk CEO kita. Hari ini sagak dia, pistol dia tak bawa. Datuk tak bawa pistol yang tak. How do I know? Okay. Mendengar sendiri daripada Datuk, the leadership perspective, particularly with regards to the importance of digitalization as one of the important bedrocks in pursuing our reimagining TNB aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah 2024 has been a very interesting year for all of us in Tenaga Nasional Berhad. TNB remains strong, steadfast and striving in delivering what is expected from us to the stakeholders, to the nation. And ICT division especially has been fortunate to be given topmost support and guidance through platforms such as ICT Governance Committee, ICTGC, yang diproduksikan sendiri oleh Yang Bagi Datuk, yang bersidang almost every fortnightly tu Alhamdulillah. 2024 juga is a great year for all of us as we embark on various initiatives and programs to transform, improve, accelerate, shake, vibrate on how we do things. Emphasis towards QTC, quality, timeliness and cost are of importance priority, which is vital to ensure we are able to continuously deliver the value that we want or the value we claim we can achieve. Alhamdulillah, juga past few months we are better guided now and able to move with better clarity with regards to the important four value buckets for the investment or efforts for the things that we do. Whether we are firstly looking at profitability growth, or looking at addressing operational efficiency, or looking at creating values with the increased customer or employees experiences, or addressing matters in adhering to the required compliance or risk mitigations. Yang bagi datuk-datuk, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, when we talk about data, I like to take the view of data as series of non-stop waves, ombak dekat pantai. When we go to the seaside, whether for picnic ke, for dating ke, etc. Every time the wave comes, we will have another new set of data. Every time the ombak sampai, so we have a new set of data. Whether the pasir itu berubah, the air itu, the gigi air itu macam mana rupa dia, the seashells sampai to the pantai. So every time the wave datang, we have a new set of data. That's more or less about our life lah. Kan? So data is everywhere. In TNB also, we are so blessed with data. Vast amount of data, be it structured or non-structured, we possess, whether we like it or not, most up-to-date customers' data, employees' data, assets data, be it from our meters, transformers, switchgear, power plants, and the list goes on and on and on and on. Data Value Unlocking, DVU, adalah merupakan satu inisiatif yang baru dan saya percaya kita akan dapat discover apakah itu DVU. Ini di Icon Conference kita kejap lagi. Begitu juga dengan the introduction of WeKnow AI platform, our very own newly born TNB Gen AI ChatGPT yang selamat dan mampu untuk mengubah cara kerja kita di samping mencipta pelbagai value yang kita inginkan. This groundbreaking initiative will pave the way for safe AI adoption within TNB, ensuring that we use artificial intelligence responsibly and effectively. With WeKnow, used to be I know, but after that WeKnow, Datuk senyum. Used to be I know tu. We are not just adopting technology, we are setting a standard for innovation that prioritizes safety and ethics in AI adoption. Feel free to interact dan bertanyakan rakan-rakan ICT yang ada di dalam atau di luar dewan ini tentang WeKnow. Ini kasih pressure sikit. Bagaimana nak access, how to access WeKnow, bagaimana nak tanya soalan-soalan yang sampai WeKnow tak boleh jawab, soalan-soalan bijak kepada WeKnow dan sebagainya. On the other track, we are also grateful, Alhamdulillah, our business as usual, BAU matters, in operating and maintaining hundreds of applications that we have in TNB sentiasa berada dalam keadaan baik, healthy dan juga cyber secured. Talking about cyber security, pelbagai ancaman cyber dalam pelbagai bentuk yang amat hebat telah turut dialami di negara kita pada tahun ini. Dan berkat sokongan, doa dan usaha gigih semua, Alhamdulillah TNB terus terlindung dan kekal resilient dari sebarang perkara yang tidak diingini. Beberapa minggu lagi, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita akan menutup tahun 2024 dan bagi saya 2025, tahun 2025 yang bakal datang nanti, insyaAllah will bring in many more interesting things kepada kita. Mencabar tetapi exciting with so many opportunities, insyaAllah. InsyaAllah kita akan lebih berjaya dalam banyak lagi perkara yang bakal kita ceburi. Sebagai contoh dalam projek delivery quality kita, dalam value first mindset kita, cloud adoption dan deployment, data acceleration, AI, initiatives dan banyak lagi. Tidak ketinggalan juga dalam pembangunan capability building across the organisation, khususnya dalam bidang berkaitan dengan digital dan AI. To date, pagi tadi saya dimaklumkan kita telah successfully train seramai 3,854 citizen data analyst, terdiri dari 3,854 citizen data analyst terdiri dari warga kerja TNB kita sendiri dari pelbagai peringkat dan jawatan, sesuatu yang sememangnya kita sama-sama bangga. A warm thank you juga to Mr. Thierry Motia, Global Digital Innovation Lead for Energy at EY, who will be delivering Icon 2024 keynote address in a short while. We are excited and looking forward to hear your insights and sharing. Additionally, I want to extend my gratitude to all the speakers and booth exhibitors from EY, Accenture, Microsoft, Cisco, AWS, Google, Huawei, Celcom Digi, Telkom Malaysia, Gartner, IBM, and of course from various divisions of TNB yang participate today. Your participation, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Your participation enriches our conference and provides us with diverse perspectives that are essential for our growth and collaboration. Before I conclude, I sincerely hope that today's conference proves to be both informative and inspiring for all of us. Together, we can create a future where data and AI are not only just tools, but catalysts for transformative change in the energy sector. Let us not be passive consumers of data. Let us be explorers, pioneers, and architects of a future driven by insights and intelligence. Thank you all for being here today and for your commitment and support to this journey. A special thank once again to our Datuk Presiden CEO and all TNB senior leadership for your unwavering support and guidance. Saya doakan semua pimpinan syarikat kita sentiasa dipermudahkan dalam urusan seharian kita, dalam menempuh pelbagai ujian dan cabaran demi membawa TNB ke tahap yang lebih tinggi, termasuklah dalam menangani urusan banjir yang sedang melanda. Akhir kata, a special thank you to the organising committee co-led by two fine leaders, the head of technology architecture department, Saudara Zamin Zuhair, selaku Program Director, dan juga Head of Digital Department, Puan Christine Yong, for making this conference possible. Let's make the most of this opportunity today to learn, connect, and innovate. I look forward to an engaging and fruitful conference. Enjoy the conference. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuan Haji Azlan, for a very insightful address. Another big round of applause for Tuan Haji Azlan, please. Next, we have the opening remarks and officiating session. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia Dato' Insinyur Megat Jalaluddin Megat Hassan, President, Chief Executive Officer of TNB, to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, very good morning. Saudari pengacara majlis, Tuan Raja Azlan, our CIO, colleagues from JEK that are able to attend the session today, our esteemed speakers from partners and industry players, thank you very much for making time and supporting this conference. Colleagues from Tenaga Nasional, from various divisions and especially coming from ICT, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, salatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Segala kesyukuran kepada Allah kerana dengan limpah dan inayahnya dapat kita bersama-sama pada pagi ini once again to attend the 5th edition of Icon that is powered by ICT. I would like to take the opportunity to thank ICT for giving me the opportunity to be here today and share some of my thoughts with respect to the business of Tenaga Nasional and also how best we move forward in this digital world. So looking from the perspective of the electricity industry, we can see today that the industry is moving very fast from the traditional value chain of a sequence of the value of generation, transmission, distribution, retail into an integrated value chain that is very much powered by digital. So this is the world today. We are in the transition from the traditional value chain into an integrated value chain. This is made possible because of digital. Meaning that today you can see that power generation are at various places, not only from the large power generation that is centralized, but it's also coming from the customer perspective. Today, customer can generate power by itself and export to the grid. So in the key of this power industry, we are seeing that the power flow is changing from a single direction into bi-directional direction. So this is the biggest shift of the power industry, and this is shifting very, very fast. As I mentioned, this is made visible and possible through the adoption and availability of digital. So in that sense, how do we define digital in the context of the electricity industry? So we actually can define digital in many ways and form. So for Tenaga Nasional, knowing that the industry now is very much powered by digital, we come up with our strategy recently, which we call RT 2.0. The importance and the significance of digitalization is embedded in this RT 2.0 by one of our key enabler pillar, which is digitalization. As everyone from Tenaga Nasional is aware, this RT 2.0 is the second strategic framework that we devised from RT 1.0 to in year 2016. As we can remember, the enabler for RT 1.0, we cannot see anything that relates to digital or ICT. So today, when we embark on RT 2.0, we recognize the significance of digitalization to be the key enabler to drive the business forward. For a business like Tenaga Nasional, how do we define this digitalization? So I would like to probably share a very simple definition of digital for Tenaga Nasional. So digital is very much about data and connectivity. So once we have data and we try to connect data, meaning that we live in digital space or digital mode of operations. So data can be connected for machine to machine, for human to human, or even human to machine. So the key of digitalization for Tenaga Nasional is actually to unlock the value of data and connect the data machine to machine, human to human, and human to machine. So looking ahead, with respect to the definition of data and digital and connectivity for Tenaga, what we want to achieve on this digitalization journey. So again, we understand that data provide these four important aspects of insight in our today's operations. The first one is on data provide and tell us what has happened. In other words, it describes to us the history of what has happened. The next phase of data insight tell us, when we do the analytics, it tells us why it happened. This is the diagnosis stage that we normally do in our operation. The next phase of insight that can be made available by data is providing us the prediction, meaning that it can tell us what is going to happen. And the key to the data monetization or value unlocking is actually data will provide us what should happen, or in other words, data can prescribe to us what should happen. So if we have these four levers of insight, from where data and digital can come from, I think Tenaga Nasional will be an organization that embrace data to drive the business forward. So what are we going to achieve once we know all this descriptive, diagnostic, prediction, as well as prescriptive? From the business point of view, there's always these four elements that drive the business forward. We can use data and digital, or we can use digital, which is data and connectivity, to drive our revenue growth. We can also use data and connectivity to look at how we operate with respect to our cost and cost structure for the business. We can also use data and the insight that it provides to ensure that we operate in the best manner to attain the operational efficiency. We can also use data and the insights to provide the best customer experience for our 10 million customers of electricity in this country. We can also use data and insight for the purpose of looking at how best we address the risk and compliance for our business and operations today. So, looking at the perspective of what data can do for our business, that is the very reason we have included it as one of the key enablers for us to drive RT 2.0. So, in the slide, you can see there are a lot of force that is coming in. There are four insights that can be given into data. There are four purposes that can deliver the business results for Tenaga Nasional. And as I always mention, four provide us the holistic view of 360 degrees. And we always know that 360 degrees means 90 times 4. Meaning that if we look at a certain practices or businesses objective, having a 4 angle of lenses, meaning that we have actually looked it from the perspective of 360 degrees. So moving ahead, we can also understand that data will provide a very key element for employees' experience, meaning that the availability of data to all our employees will provide the employees the empowerment to deliver the role better, to deliver the role with ease, and to deliver the very much sought after job satisfaction. So in today's world, a business will always look forward to drive the business growth and also to provide the best of the employee experience in any organization. And today, we as an organization should not discount the fact that data, digital and connectivity will provide us, the employees of Tenaga Nasional, and we have a strength of 33,000 employees to provide us the employees' experience that we sought after. So in conclusion, looking ahead, next slide please. Digitalization for business employees can focus the value creation by looking at how best we unlock the very much data inside Tenaga Nasional and convert the data into a value that is meaningful to the business, that is meaningful to the employees of an organization. So data to value is one of the key products that we want to come out with respect to our digitalization journey. The second element with respect to ICT and digitalization is for us to focus on the project delivery, in the sense that any project that involves digital has to be delivered with cost and also speed. And the agility of providing the project delivery will be key for us to achieve those main four objectives that we want to achieve. So here we have the focus areas for ICT and the division of Tenaga Nasional to focus. The first one is to convert the data, let it be a customer data, let it be the asset data, let it be the employees data, to create a value for the organization and for our employees. Second, to focus how best we deliver the project through agility, the way that we deliver ICT project through the agility mode of project compared to the waterfall project delivery. So I have a lot of things to say, but I probably going to cut short. I'm not sure everybody understand what I'm trying to say because I'm trying to. Okay, the third one is actually we have to look at how best we deliver this digitalization of Tenaga Nasional with speed and at the least cost possible. So this is the journey that I would like everyone in Tenaga Nasional to be together so that we can achieve the objective of RT 2.0. And we are also hoping that the partners of Tenaga Nasional, with this basic understanding of the objective of Tenaga Nasional, will be able to support us to achieve our objective in RT 2.0, which is actually to make Tenaga Nasional a digital company of the future. So with that, I would like to summarize the opening remarks with this statement: let us go for agile delivery with speed for data to value. Dengan lepas Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya merasmikan Icon for 2024. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dato' Insinyur Megat Jalaluddin, for the eye-opening remarks. Dato' kindly remain on stage for the launch gimmick of Icon 2024 and TNB We Know. I would also like to invite on stage Tuan Haji Azlan, accompanied by Zamin Zuhair, Head of Technology and Architecture, and Christine Yong, Head of Digital ICT. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of this launch, we are utilizing AI-generated motion tracking avatar head technology with dynamic real-time hand and eye movements to accompany Dato' Insinyur Megat and Tuan Haji Azlan. The launch gimmick, powered by our local homegrown Koperasi Tnb, utilizes motion sensor technology to replicate real hand gestures, simulating a virtual cable jointing process. Our VIPs are now establishing contact with their virtual hands and are familiarizing with the system, and will wait for my cue to virtually connect the cable. Are we ready for this, Dato', Tuan Haji? We're still looking for our hands. Okay, let's give them some time because it is virtual, ladies and gentlemen. This is the interesting part, yeah? Have we found our virtual hands? Are we ready? Okay, can we do the countdown now? All right, let's capture this significant moment on my countdown. From 3, 2, 1, let's go!
Access granted.
The age of AI.
Every breakthrough creates a turning point.
This is ours.
This is ours. This is ours. This is ours.
This is the dawn of a new age. The age of AI.
The age of AI.
The age of AI. What if data could think? What if technology could evolve beyond solving problems to anticipating possibilities?
A catalyst, unlocking potential beyond imagination.
Breaking boundaries.
Reinventing possibilities.
Rise beyond limits. The future is now.
Energy that adapts. Cities that think.
Communities that thrive. From smarter grids to empowered communities.
From predictive solutions to global impact.
Sustainability.
Smart utility.
Renewable energy.
Energy management. IoT integration.
Energy efficiency.
Customer experiences.
What if TNB's data unlocked its full potential? Introducing
We Know. A revolutionary artificial intelligence, engineered for insight and clarity, fortified with trust, inspiring creativity, ideas, and innovation.
Engage and innovate.
Welcome to the 5th ICT Conference, Icon 2024.
Better data, brighter future. Reimagining energy with AI.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, marks the launch of the 5th ICT Conference 2024 and TNB We Know, powered by ICT. What an awesome achievement for TNB. Another big round of applause and congratulations, ICT and TNB. We kindly request the VIPs to smile for the camera for the official launch photo shoot. And following this, our VIPs will proceed to the floor for a group photo shoot. For information, We Know is TNB's AI platform and internal large language model assistant that is secure and governed by responsible AI. With We Know, TNB staffs are able to prompt general related queries as well as access to selected TNB information. I would now like to request for everyone to move in your line towards the center for our photographers to capture the group photo. If everyone can please stand up. Let's move in towards the center for the photographers to capture. Okay, that was quick, but rest assured that proper photography has been done. All right, moving on. We are now thrilled to welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Thierry Mortier, Global Digital and Innovation Lead for Energy at Ernst & Young. He will deliver a presentation titled Unlocking a Sustainable Tomorrow, Harnessing the Power of Data and AI in Energy Transition. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Mr. Thierry, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So, dear CEO, Dr. Megat, the board, dear TNB employees, colleagues, participants, it's great to be back. I was here in 2018, I remember. 2018, I just looked it up. Bitcoin price was $3,000. I think we should have invested. We were talking about, I checked my notes, we were talking about blockchain and some of emerging technologies. EVs were not really a big thing back then. It was something strange happening in Norway and a bit in China, but it was not on the agenda yet. And look at where we are right now. We are in a different world almost. Yeah? And 2018 seems like so far away, but actually it's not so far away. This also seems far away. Yeah? I think if you would question your grandparents or great-grandparents, this is 2 or 3 generations ago, all over the world. We're talking about heating with stoves and with lamps and so on. And today we're talking about this here, about the electrification of homes. Look at where we are today in this wonderful new building, fully electrified, modern, comfortable equipment. Everything is being electrified as we speak. We had discussions yesterday with TNB here around data centers coming to Tenaga, to Malaysia, talking about electrifying cars, EVs, electrifying everything. So what I would like to talk about today is actually 2 things. There's something really interesting happening in our world as professionals today. There is 2 systematic shifts that are colliding in the place where we are as energy professionals. There is a energy transition going on, which is going at a very rapid pace, and I will talk about that. But at the same time, as you could see here on the screens before, there is a digital transition going on. And down in Europe, the European Commission calls this the dual transition. And the world, if you ask me, being 25 years in utilities and energy, has never been more interesting than today. So we're going to talk about 2 things, about electrification, and we're going to talk about digital. I will take you on a trip, actually on a long flight up first, to talk about the energy transition, and then I will assure you, because I know there's a lot of ICT colleagues here in the room as well, I will land on data and AI, so bear with me. I have 88 slides, but don't worry, I will go very fast. I've been once told I own the world record in slides per minute, so fasten your seatbelts, I would say. So electrification. Electrification is the preferred way of transition, is the first statement I'd like to make. And it's clear, and you see that here on this slide, the electricity demand is going 6 times faster than the energy demand. So we are heading for the world of electrification. And are there alternatives? Yes, there are. There are alternatives to decarbonize. There is hydrogen, there's ammonia, and there's much thought about that. But I would say that electrification will be used where possible. Other technologies will be used only where needed. So it's, I think, important to understand that the electrification, that's pure physics, as a matter of fact, will normally win the game in most of the cases. I mean, you already see that in these numbers. EV efficiency is 2.7 times better than in fuel cell technology. That's why there will be no hydrogen cars. There may be hydrogen trucks because there is no alternative to this, but there will be no hydrogen cars. That's why there are slightly more EV charging stations than hydrogen stations. And we see that some of these technologies, these green molecule technologies, are also starting to get into the valley of despair. Back where I come from in Europe, there has been a hydrogen hype in Europe, and now we see that some of these companies are thinking a little bit more balanced about green molecules versus electrification. Now again, both will be needed. It's a and not an or story. But here you see we are entering the age of electricity, as the AIA Fatih Birol says. And I've also often get the question like, will there be enough electricity? Will there be enough energy? And the answer is clearly yes. There will be enough electricity. We already see that renewables are fueling all of the electricity growth, the 6 times that I showed you there already right now. So it's not a kilowatt hour problem for the electrical engineers here in the room. The real problem lies in the delivery of electricity. So now looking at the head of grids here, it is a transport problem. So it's not a kilowatt hour problem, it's a kilowatt problem, it's a peak problem. Yeah? It's a traffic jam problem. It's not the amount of cars that count here, it's can we have the roads ready in time to deal with all the traffic? And if you look at the numbers, they're staggering. 80 million kilometers of lines to be built. We did a study together with Eurelectric in Europe. We calculated that every year 64 billion will be required. Every year 64 billion will be required to modernize the grid, to allow to do what we want to do in the world of electricity. But the question is, do we just need to add more copper? Do we just need to add more copper? And the question, I think, or the answer is no. The problem with the extension of the lines is that we are entering the physical world. We are entering the reality of the supply chain being ready, of having enough workers to put all the copper in the ground and make it work. So yes, you could put enough copper, but there's simply not enough time to do that. And the only answer, and that's probably one of the first key messages I want to give you, the only answer to go faster and probably even go better is flexibility. And the reason why I talk about flexibility is that flexibility is also going to be important when we talk about data and AI later. The flexibility is the investment required to go faster and also to be more reliable. So here you see this somehow funny picture that flexibility will help you balance renewables, the grid, the coal, and all the other parameters that you have. The way I explain this to my kids, by the way, flexibility is, if you're in the airport, your iPhone battery is low, you want to make a call to your parents, you would probably kill someone to find a socket. Yeah? This is called premium pricing to get flexibility. There is a very high demand, you will buy the premium price, you will basically try to balance the demand to lower the peak. It has an incredible effect, of course, in lowering the investment case going forward. And flexibility will be required as we add more renewables, of course. The wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine, so flexibility will be the answer. On a windy day in April in Germany, 100% of the electricity in Germany will be generated through wind, simply like that. But on a dark November day with no wind, there will be zero. So how do we deal with that? I mean, that's what flexibility is important. And the renewable adoption is already there. You can see this in the numbers right here, as you can see on the slide. And yes, I strongly believe that it's only a matter of time before fossil fuel-based sources like coal will then disappear in the energy mix. But here again, the introduction of flexibility can help accelerate that. Yeah? And I think some of you have seen or were even at COP a couple of weeks ago. I mean, there's still an urgency to reduce the impact on coal. And it will go out, it's for sure. I mean, some people say no. I mean, they have declared coal alive for many, many times, but it's not going to be the case. Even Trump, in his first legislation, said he would reopen coal mines, but he didn't. I mean, it's the physical reality of the cost to operate with coal compared to renewables. So we are entering a age of renewables, and depending on where you are in the world, it will be wind or solar or a combination of all of that. But it will also democratize energy, and I will come back on that. It will allow people to become master and owner and controller of their own energy. And that's, I think, something where utilities should think about it. I will further elaborate on that. And even industries will seriously like to consider renewables going forward. There is no doubt. We did a study for the US market, and we asked mid-sized and large companies how much eagerness they had to go into renewables, renewable development. And the answer was, if it doesn't impact our business, we are fine with this. And in most cases, that is possible. So the second key message I wanted to give you is this one here. When we were in 2018, we visited with some of the Tenaga colleagues here, China, and we visited a company called Musical.ly. Who still knows Musical.ly? No? It's called TikTok now. Yeah. Back then, it was a fairly small company, and they were recruiting 80,000 people. And if you look what they have built right now in the world of telco, you see that every one of us has become a content creator. I mean, when I travel, I go to hotels, see people standing, hanging, making pictures, videos, and so on. Everybody has become a content creator. And if you consider the impact that had on media companies, just a decade ago, we had to watch television, and we had to buy magazines to get our content, and now everybody is creating their own content. I strongly believe that a similar thing is happening or will happen in our energy industry. People have the ability, fairly easy, to create their own electrons, to manage and to control them, to store, to consume, or to sell them into the market. So we have to take into account that individuals can basically become their own creators. And then the question is, what is the role of a utility in that case? Yeah? If people start to self-generate, become energy creators, is there still going to be central power plants? I think to some extent there will be less. When I was young, working in the power utility industry, power plants back in Europe were money printing machines. Honestly, you built one, you had a return which was triple or 4 times the average asset return. And we see already in Australia that that's not always the case. Will there be a place for retailers going forward? I'm looking at the chief retail officer. Will there be a place for retailers? If you just looked at the math, just look at the graphs, this would say probably not. But the question is, if you think about banks, do we still need banks to buy bitcoins and make payments? If you look at this here, no. This is not backed by a bank. But have banks disappeared? No, banks have not disappeared. Banks have somehow reinvented themselves. They have become incumbents and looked at new products and services. We still have customers that now control their own money flows, buying bitcoins and doing stuff. And we have new entrants, PayPals of this world, and that have become a more complex, a diversified ecosystem, where still the incumbent remains, where the important thing is here that they have reinvented themselves through apps, through services, also looking at those new entrants. And I think in energy world, this could become the same. I strongly believe that the retailers of the future will be the masters of managing the energy wallet of people. And the energy wallet will not just be the energy of your home, but also be the energy of your car, because if that will be electrified, it will be combined together. It will be a significant amount of the household budget. So yes, I think there is a future for utility, but under condition they reinvent themselves. They offer EV services, for example. They offer energy solutions. They offer devices. They offer all types of services, and even non-energy services included. Let's have a look at telco. Who remembers the time where you had these big, bulky Nokias, and your contract was based on minutes you had to buy? Remember that? You had to buy minutes. And they had to look like, ooh, I cannot call more than 120 minutes this month, and then otherwise I run out and I have to pay more. World today is totally different. You pay $40 flat fee, and in that model, the telcos still make money, but they have shifted from something per minute, per kilowatt hour maybe, to something like fixed fee and services and products, Netflix subscription, content subscription, all these type of things. And what you see is they make more money than what they have done before. But it's a shift, yeah, it's a business model shift. So, as I said, I wanted to talk about two things. The system shift in electricity, I'm almost landing now, yeah, on the first part. And the second part, which is a system shift into digital. So we are really going through a systematic, almost seismic shift of the energy system as we go forward. And it's not even getting started. By the way, if you would think this would not apply to Malaysia, here you see a couple of numbers. In my honest opinion, it does apply to Malaysia. There would be no reason why Malaysia would be different from Japan or from Germany or from the US, of course. But there's a few more things coming up. There's new technologies, small modular reactors, wave energy. So also in the energy, there's multiple innovations going on. There is also innovations in energy platforms, and I will come back on that, virtual power plants and so on going forward. Now the critical thing is to understand that TNB, despite the fact that you're a vertically integrated monopolic utility, will not be immune for competition going forward. Of course, you will be probably incumbent on the commodity, but as you've seen in the world of tomorrow, it will be more than commodity. And there's one important question that I keep on asking myself is, why have big tech not really made a move yet? They could. Google, I mean, they have unlimited resource. They could enter this business if they want to, but they haven't really done it yet. But the question, will they? And if it's not them, could it be somebody else? One thing is sure, as the technology development goes faster, this will also be true for all the energy technologies that we have. You see this at the stats here. The time for customer adoption of any type of technology is going from years to hours. The OpenAI one was 5 days. So you can bet that the pace of change is very high. And I think in my practice, when I talk to a lot of utilities worldwide, I still believe that the utilities are underestimating the speed of change. They are underestimating the speed of change. It's hard for a brain to imagine exponential curves, but I think at least in the energy transition, we are experiencing one. So if there's one thing to remind, that is the urgency to react as an organization. And I know, of course, as big organizations, it's not always easy, because that's what big organizations do. They create stability and so on, but the speed of change is required. So you don't want to end up as a Nokia. You don't want to end up as the classic example of examples as Kodak. Yeah? So we've talked about mindset, the CIO have talked about mindset change. I think it's really important to keep that in mind. And as said, you will not be immune to new parties entering your space. IKEA is selling smart energy already in the world. GM, automotive companies, are selling energy contracts, wall boxes, home energy management systems. And they don't need to have a license to do that. I mean, they can just enter the market. And by the way, in a lot of cases, they have a different customer access and a different channel to sell than the utility. So there is really reflection required to understand how you're going to work in that experience. By the way, you can also join them in that, yeah? So there is not always a competition, but you need to be aware of it. So will we keep the pace, not to end up as a business as Nokia and Kodak, to give just two examples. So we've been looking at what all these type of opportunities could be. The problem is, there's so many things that you can do, so there is also a bit of a challenge to identify which ones we will do that will create value, that will create an opportunity within the company. Voila, I think we're at the top of the flight now, first part. So you see the urgency, the systematic, seismic change. It's a bit scary, but it's very exciting. Yeah? Compare that to when I started in utilities. Things were slightly more boring, if you would ask me. We were just sending a bill, producing electrons, getting them through the wires, that was it. Now we are faced with all this. It's an exciting place to be. Let's talk about digital data and AI. Digital as data and connectivity indeed. I fully concur. If there's, again, an important thing to remind is that I'm a strong believer that going forward, and to make all of the things I've said before possible, you would need to understand that every electron will have a byte equivalent. Flexibility platforms, not possible without data. Further rollout of EV infrastructure, not possible without data. So as the electron will be generated, self-generated or centrally generated, it will travel to the system, it will have a data flag linked to it at any point in time to be able to manage it, to control it, to make sure that it happens what needs to happen in the electron world. So we are actually at this collision now of those two worlds. Massive amounts of data are created. You have rolled out your smart meters. I mean, you sit on a pile of data, you have even no belief. I think a lot of big tech companies would dream of it, yeah, to be on such a pile of data. But what do you do with it? Yeah? I think the world of energy companies are probably getting divided in two camps. In the classic asset-backed world, and that is needed, yeah? If there's no wires, there's no electricity. I mean, that's physics, yeah? But historically, companies also like Tenaga are asset-backed companies in nature. And now suddenly, they also need to start thinking about becoming a platform-based company. Now the bad news is that all the new entrants, the IKEAs and the OEMs, the Toyotas of this world, will enter to the right side. This is the asset-light option. This is the Google-light option. I mean, they don't own any assets except for data centers, so it's the platform-based option. And it's easy to enter that side. And by the way, they may attack 10 or 20% of your more profitable customers with services in that. Yeah. So the question is, can you combine both? And I've seen a lot of utilities trying to do it, but it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to combine the asset-backed spirit with a platform-backed spirit. It's very, very hard to combine. I mean, electrical engineers are focused on the asset, of course. How do you make software engineers of it? It's two different species at the end of the day. So I think that's the complexity. And I said, even in the asset-backed part, it's already a lot of work. If you think about all the transfers, all the EV infrastructure that you need to build, let alone these platform-based players. Tibber is a Norwegian company, widely successful, provides behind-the-meter optimization solutions. They attack every utility in Europe, and they attack the 10% most profitable customers going forward, which represents 60 or 70% of the revenues of the incumbent utilities. Yeah, so they become almost premium banks. Can you try to combine both? A couple of utilities are trying it. Yeah? AGL, for example, in Australia, is trying to combine both worlds. And I think that's the way to go. I think that's also what the CIO has mentioned as one of the missions of ICT to go forward. But there's a new sheriff in town. I'm not sure if you've heard, but AI, Gen AI, has been entering the world, and we're talking about this. As EY, we've identified 5 types of AI. You may have seen this. 1 and 2 are the ones you're familiar with. It's your we know environment. It's basically the AI and the Gen AI technology where you can ask questions, you can reason, and you're assisted as an individual with the engine going forward. This is what we know in OpenAI. I guess most of you have experimented with it, if not are using it through Copilot or others. We are entering the world of agentic AI as the next step. And agentic AI means that you can ask an AI agent to do something for you. So if I would like to come to KL, instead of asking the engine what would be a good flight, what would be a good hotel, what would be the best route, no, you would ask the AI agent to say, I need to go to KL, organize this for me. And the agent will then know that, okay, this guy needs a flight, needs a hotel, needs the best route, needs to book a taxi, and so on, and it will book it for you. Yeah? So that's the AI agent. Now, you see, this is only step number 3. eventually, and by the way, I think if you go to the Silicon Valley right now, all of the startups and all of the companies are mostly focusing on agentic AI as we speak. And we are at the middle of the road, yeah? We are heading to a world where you could have AI organizations to deliver some of those tasks. I know this may sound very futuristic, but believe me, I'm a strong believer that certain elements of the organization in the future will become AI organization. By the way, that also applies for services at EY. If you think about audit and tax services, I mean, there's no reason to believe that some of these tasks can be delivered by AI agents. Now, AI has been democratized. I mean, I said most of you are already using it. The Gen AI part on top of AI, which was already there for a long time, of course, has obviously helped the adoption because it has become more intuitive and also more creative. We all know that. And that obviously leads to a lot of use cases. I've just listed a few here. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. I mean, I can give you a list of 5,000 use cases. The problem with AI and Gen AI in our world nowadays is not the amount of use cases or your ideas around AI. The question is, which AI use cases will really make the difference? So here you see one in utility operations, how AI can be used. It can be used in the grids to do better forecasting, digital twins, synthetic data creation. It can be used for any type of predictability in terms of trading and risks, no surprise. It will be used for load forecasting in the grids. It will be used for streamlining grid investment and capital investment planning. It can be used for renewables, of course. This is my favorite, the Puffin monitoring AI tool. Yeah? So you can identify biodiversity and monitor biodiversity of puffins in Iceland with AI. Now the question is whether that will create a lot of value. I think it's another question, but at least it's there. So just to give you an idea, there's a lot of use cases here. Again, battery storage solutions. It can be used for real-time forecasting in power plants, is what you see here. And it can also used in the people space for talent, supporting engineers, and so on and so on. So I can probably go on and on and on. There is enough use cases. I said the question is, will you be able to create value out of it? So maybe just back to the idea of agentic AI, I think a very interesting and triggering question for you could be, can we imagine, I've asked my team to investigate this, can we imagine a zero FTE utility? Could we imagine a utility that is run by bots? I think it's maybe a bit too early to say, but I think there could be a scenario where a few smart guys in Silicon Valley say, we're going to build a bot-based utility, maybe a retailer, maybe not a generation company. But I think it's a triggering question of what a utility in terms of workforce and the blend with agentic AI could look like. So that's maybe the triggering question, yeah? So what's in it for IT now? So we're going to bring this back to the origin of this fantastic conference. What is the role of ICT here now? I think there is a absolute massive opportunity for ICT here to stand up. If you go to the Valley and you talk to startups, if you go to energy accelerators like Free Electrons, and you listen to all of these guys pitching to you, there is one common denominator in everything they do. Believe me, one common denominator in everything they do, and is their obsession with data. They get up in the morning, and before they drink coffee, they eat data. It is the most important thing for them. So all of their solutions are data driven. We also see a shift of the teams that are operating in the Silicon Valley, moving from 150, 200 people organization startups to 5 to 10 people startups, focusing deeply on a specific issue through the lens of data. So I think as an IT organization, but also as a whole organization, this data obsession, and I think it was also brought by the CEO, is absolutely required. I think it's time to partner and to test technology. There is no scenario where TNB can do all of this on their own. There is just not a scenario. I mean, how can you match the capability of NVIDIA with 30 billion revenues per year? I mean, it's impossible to match that power of thinking. So the only way to do that is to talk to them and see if you can co-create some of that, respecting your IP and your data privacy, of course, but it's important to think about partnerships in the future. So this is just one example with Nokia. I think it's also time to look through the lens of value. I think it was well brought by the CIO and then later on by the CEO. There's an important initiative going on here in the organization to start thinking through the lens of value created. As said, you can easily make 5,000 AI use cases, but there is no time, no money to do 5,000. So which are the 20 use cases that you will focus on that will really generate 100 million revenues, 100 million growth, costs, efficiency, customer expectation, as we saw on the slide before? I mean, that's the real question. So thinking through the lens of value and not boiling the ocean is probably the hardest part. And yes, that means that you will also have to stop certain things. I'm almost at the end, but I'll give you maybe one little story about EY ourselves, not as a delivery organization, but our own IT organization. Our own IT organization was probably not different from many IT organizations in other companies. We had the guys looking after the hardware and the BU, and that works fine, luckily. Often very much underestimated, by the way, but it works fine. We had our digital group, which was called Client Technology, and that was, I would say, okay. Nothing super, but okay. And suddenly, AI and Gen AI came. And we have built, like you have built, we know we have built EYQ, a ChatGPT solution, and almost in a couple of days, to my point of the adoption time for the day, in a couple of days, 300,000 EY employees were using OpenAI, basically our own ChatGPT version. And overnight, our IT organization became the heroes of the organization. Just like they became the heroes at COVID when they introduced Teams, they became the heroes when Gen AI and ChatGPT or EYQ was entered. And now we are faced with other issues, as in it's getting too costly, so that needs to be solved. We're paying too much license to OpenAI and to Microsoft as we speak, but we'll further elaborate on that. But I just want to tell you that it's a moment to grasp for the IT organization to reinvent also the IT organization and to become the true partner of the business. So with that, I will leave it on a very positive time. It's time to take the opportunity. I thank you very much for your attention, and I hope to be with you next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thierry Mortier, for that inspiring and insightful keynote address on unlocking a sustainable tomorrow, harnessing the power of data and AI in energy transition. And please kindly do remain on stage. Your session has truly set the tone for how we can leverage data and AI to shape the future of the energy sector and support our goals under reimagining TNB 2.0 and Malaysia's National Energy Transition Roadmap. Ladies and gentlemen, to mark our appreciation for Mr. Thierry Mortier's contribution today, we would now like to invite Tuan Haji Azlan Ahmad, Chief Information Officer of TNB, to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed speaker. Another big round of applause, please, for both of them. Once again, a heartfelt thank you to Mr. Thierry Mortier and our CIO, Tuan Haji Azlan Ahmad. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for morning refreshments and a VIP booth tour. Refreshments for everyone is served in Hall 1 and 2, just next to this auditorium. We will also be sharing a Slido link for any burning questions for Thierry later. So please do join us back in the main hall at 11 a.m. sharp for our next session. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
keyboard je. Gerak ke bawah, kanan tembak.
Okey, pandai sini. Okey, pandai sini. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okey, freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Okey.
Assalamualaikum and welcome back everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break and enjoyed the exhibition booth. My name is Nurul Aimi Atira and I'll be your host for the next segment of Icon 2024. Let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main hall. It is now time for our next speaker session, the digital utility of the future, how AI is revolutionizing energy distribution and management. We are honored to have with us Dr. Daniel Sun, Vice President and Analyst in Innovation Disruption at Gartner. Dr. Daniel has extensive expertise in how advanced digital technologies, particularly AI, are transforming industries worldwide. Before we begin, a quick reminder, there will be a Q&A segment at the end of this presentation. You may submit your questions using the Slido platform during and until the end of the session. We will display a QR code on the screen. You may simply scan the QR code and type your questions, and it will be relayed to Dr. Daniel during Q&A segment. Okay, the QR code is just displayed on the screen. Feel free to scan the QR code and enter your questions during and until the end of the session. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Daniel Sun to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. It's so good to be here. And a bit kind of background, so my name is Daniel Sun. I'm one of the VP analysts specialized in innovation and emerging technologies. I consider myself as a translator of edging technology. So today we're going to talk about how you can use AI to transform your beautiful industry. So first of all, I want to show you a data point we just collected during our symposium. This is one of the most important data points I want to share with everyone here, because we know AI is such a hot topic. But you may wonder how hot this topic could be. Let's take a look. We interviewed as many as 100 global CEOs just to try to understand, in their eyes, in their opinion, what is the most important technology? Which technology will impact their industry over the next 3 years? You can see AI, 74%, as compared with other edging technology like IoT, data analytics, CRM, etc. AI is the only one that everyone really care about, especially your senior managers, your senior business executives. But the problem is, AI has such a big hype, has attracted so much attention. But the problem is, AI is also a very broad technology. Many people, especially the non-technical specialists, don't really understand the difference between AI, machine learning, and generative AI. You probably heard about all of these jargons all the time. And also, the previous opening keynote speaker, Thierry, just mentioned another one, like AI agents or agentic AI. So over the next 7 to 8 minutes, I'm going to just share with you some of the basic knowledge about the difference between different AI techniques, because that links with your AI strategy, that links with your AI budget, and also links with your deployment plan and success. So first, what's AI? AI is such a broad space that covers multiple techniques. 2 decades ago, I was an AI engineer specialized in computer vision or machine learning, if you like. But within AI, now we're talking about simulation, optimization, rule-based, heuristics, graphs, and also the really powerful one, or the most popular one these days, generative models or large language models. But what I want to show you is, although it's so popular, we have to understand or unfold the fact of different AI applications. Just take a look at this. This is quite familiar to you, yeah? We have multiple scenarios where we can apply AIs, ranging from sales forecasting, supply chain optimization, predictive maintenance. But one thing I'm going to surprise you is, Gen AI may not be the most suitable techniques or technology for all of these traditional AI application scenarios. Why is that? First, let's take a look at the strength, the unique characteristics of generative AI. So generative AI is really strong in three things: content generation, knowledge discovery, and also conversational user interfaces. Particularly, I want to spend a bit more time on the conversational user interfaces, because I interviewed a lot of the CEOs in the region. I basically asked them, why do you spend so much money on generative AI or large language model? One of the really interesting answers or responses I received from the CEOs is generative AI can do one thing that other AI techniques are not good at, which is summarization. They can summarize all of the content in just matter of time, matter of seconds, whatever. After understanding the power of generative AI, let's make a comparison between different AI techniques. So this is one of the most important slides I want to share in the first part, which is something we call the AI heat map or AI tool heat map. How do we look at that? On the first row, you can see something we call the common AI techniques, ranging from generative model to graphs. On the first column, we have different use case families, or let's say use case scenarios, ranging from prediction, forecasting. Mr. CEO just mentioned that we're going to spend a lot of time on doing prediction stuff using data and AI. We also have the decision intelligences and etc. Obviously, we don't have time to deep dive into each individual scenario, but I want to draw you one attention. Please, everyone, just look at the decision intelligence and look at the AI technique suitability for these use case family. So how do we look at this AI heat map? So basically, red represent low suitability of certain techniques on the use cases. And in contrast, green shows the high suitability. Just look at this decision intelligence. If we apply generative models or large language model for decision intelligence, the suitability is what? Low. In contrast, let's say rule-based or heuristic, the suitability for decision intelligence is very high. Why is that? Anyone have a guessing? Very simple. When you have or build up the rule-based models, so you literally translate all of your knowledge base, your engineering know-how into models, into algorithms. Well, large language models are built upon thousands and billions of parameters. You know, for small language model, we're talking about 10 billion parameters. For large language model, we're talking about 100 billion parameters. So the difference between these two is the explainability and transparency, which means if you use rule-based model to come up with the decision intelligence, you can explain why you come up with certain output. Well, the large language model won't have that. You can't really explain why you come up with some really surprising outputs and outcomes. So that's the main thing. So one thing I want to draw everyone's attention here is just make sure when we think about applying AI for our industry, we need to understand the differences. We also need to know generative AI or large language model cannot replace other traditional AI techniques. Instead, we should use something we'll call combinational AI innovations. Moving on to the second part, so we talk about the basics. We now understand the difference between different technologies. Now let's look at how we can turn the technology deployment into some tangible business outcome, some real digital success, which we come with this craft your AI playbook for transforming the energy operations. When it comes to AI playbook, particularly for everyone in this room, what we really need to know is there are 4 core elements or core components on this AI playbook, ranging from your strategy to something we call AI Trism, so basically trust, risk and security management. And then we have the deployment, and lastly, but certainly not the least, operating models. We can further break these components into different core elements. For example, AI strategy. We'll talk about ambition, use case portfolio, deployment approaches, goal and metrics. And these days, actually, within APAC, setting up the right expectation and goal matrices for AI project becomes a very, very hot topic. I've done probably over 100 client interactions on this topic. Second, speaking of the AI trust, risk and security, we have something like policy regulation, trust software, and risk tolerance and security. I want to spend a bit moment on this risk tolerance. This is very interesting. Just for reference, basically I spend probably 50% of my work hours with the CIOs and IT professional, the rest with the CEO and CFOs. Often when I have the conversation with them, I ask them, what's your current level of risk tolerance when it comes to using some edging AI technologies, such as large language models? They said, we have a good team, we have young people, they're very vibrant, they are open to use new technologies. But the problem is, the way how you measure your risk tolerance should be more fit for purpose. For example, let's imagine within TNB we have two departments or two divisions. One of the divisions have a lot of senior people who have over 10, 15 years of industry experience. In contrast, the other division only has some really young, vibrant, energetic people, young people, but their industry knowledge is on average, let's say 2 years. Between these two departments, in your eyes, which department is more suitable for using generative AI or large language model? The young one? Thank you, lady. Any other thoughts? Senior one? Young one? Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for the interaction. Actually, I would say, in a lot of senses, you have to really be careful in this aspect, because we know within the APAC region, the average accuracy rate for the large language model-based output is between 65% to 85%. So there is a big chance of hallucination and biased outputs. So in that sense, I would highly recommend everyone to start applying large language model or Gen AI with those senior people who have the experience, who can tell the difference between the good outputs and bad outputs. Because young people, they have very little business know-how, industry know-how. They really can't tell the difference. They will be heavily impacted and affected by the what? Hallucination and bias. But yeah, it's true, it depends. For example, in some of the industry where you don't need a law, knowledge, business know-how, fine. Try generative AI. But in the industry like ours, we really need to be careful. And sometimes I would say, AI is not made for everyone. This is the anti-mainstream kind of a point. A lot of people think AI should be democratized. No. In a lot of situations, especially those edging AI technology should be very limited to a group of people rather than everyone in the company. And the other point I want to highlight is about deployment. Today we're going to talk about the budget, the investment. We're going to talk about how much money we're going to spend, what kind of a deployment approach we're going to choose. And also we were going to touch on the technology architecture very briefly. But again, I'm the translator of digital technology. I'm not going to just end up with some really geeky talks, in these presentations. And lastly, speaking of the operating models, we are talking about governance, talent, literacy, and change management. So that's the plan for today. But again, we can't expect to cover every individual core element of today's presentation during our presentation today. What we instead are going to do is we're going to talk about 4 pairs of these core elements. First of all, ambition and risk tolerance. Your risk tolerance should match with your ambition. For example, you have a very high ambition. We want to use agentic AI. We want to use a large language model. But once again, do you have the capability or competency of managing the risks? A second pair, we're going to talk about the goal metrics and change management. This is important because we know AI is not cheap. It's getting more and more expensive. How to set up the right expectation for AI, that's really important. Third pair, we're going to talk about the investment and budget versus goal and deployment approaches, because different deployment approaches will give you a very, very different cost and price. I'm going to show you briefly about different level of deployment and the associated cost and pricing for that. Lastly, if we have time, we're going to talk about how to match our technology architecture with the governance. So you can see today's presentation is really about focus on how to deployment, how to deploy the Gen AI, how to deploy AI for success. So first pair, AI ambition and risk tolerance. When it comes to defining your AI ambition, I would say this is one of my favorite framework. Our colleagues in Ghana just recently developed. It's called AI Radar. It's very simple and straightforward. Anybody in this room in charge of or responsible for strategy or planning, please raise your hand. No? Okay, so this slide is not for you, I'm joking. So this one is made for everyone. So basically, in our AI Radar, we have two dimensions. One is something we call everyday AI versus game-changing AI. The y-axis, or the other dimension, is between external client-facing and internal operations. Based on these two dimensions, we split the radar into 4 quadrants, all right? On the left, we have the front office that focuses on sales, marketing, customer services. On the back office, we focus on the admin, HR, legal, and IT. On the right-hand side, we're talking about how we can use AI to enhance our product and services, and how we can use AI to improve our core competencies in terms of operations, in terms of R&D, and etc. Based on that, we can create a number of scenarios. You can see the first one is summarization of the data and report. The second one is about customer data report. For example, one of the Hong Kong-based energy provider customers with 24/7 access to their energy consumption report. And also we have something more advanced using different kind of technologies, including synthetic data or other stuff, to create and enhance the virtual sensors. And lastly, but certainly not least, we see people using AI and generative AI to plan great resilience and expedite emergency responses. The thing is, AI is still developing, especially for those edging ones, such as generative AI, agentic AI. In the beginning of our journey, AI initiatives should be driven by our IT department, by our digital department, but in the long run, I really urge everyone or recommend everyone to build up the self-planning capabilities, because you will see there is a gap between IT and digital's business know-how and your business know-how and within your business unit. I've seen so many cases like that. But today, we're going to focus on 2 really quick examples. One is focused on the back office. The other one is focused on the core capabilities. So first, I'm going to introduce this TNET. So TNET, Intelligent Data Tracker. So who's TNET? TNET is a major energy transmission provider in Germany and Netherlands, right? So every year they receive tons of documents from their external vendors and also partners and manufacturers. Each individual document will request at least 30 minutes to proceed, to process, get the data and put them together. In order to address this issue, so TNET utilize a number of AI techniques, including computer vision, natural language processing, and even large language model. Remember that summarization function of the large language model, to fetch all of the data from different documents and come up with this customized report. As you can see, I'm not going to read out the bottom one. I will leave you to digest. So the point here is, you can see, it's not purely focused on large language model. It combines various AI techniques, such as traditional OCR, CV, natural language processing model, and etc. The outcomes, you may wonder, what kind of business outcome can they receive? All right, you can see. So they estimated they can save up to 100,000 man-hours per year. And also the quality, the standardization of those documents are much improved as well. So this is back office. You may think, all right, this is a very simple example. Why do you introduce it here? Because when we start our generative AI model, we can see, the Mr. CIO already showed, we start with chatbot and generative AI. But when it comes to real practicality, particularly in terms of the energy operations, we start from small. We start from some really practical areas where we can generate outcomes rather than the really far-edging ones. That's my first advice. The second example I want to show you here is from another energy provider called Excel, a US-based energy transmission provider. So they create something called AMI-grade visibility tools. So this is closely linked with the theme today, so data. So they collect all kinds of data through these tools, from SCADA, from the asset management databases, and they use all of this data to model the scenarios that identify the risk asset. It's about the loss reduction. This is quite practical as well. And let me tell you, in this case, they actually didn't use any large language model. They just used the traditional AI, machine learning, and other kind of traditional AI techniques such as rule-based and etc. So the other kind of key point I want to highlight here is, when you start your AI journey, Gen AI is a good option, but you don't need to force yourself really just to do Gen AI for the sake of Gen AI. Gen AI is just one option. And also later, I'm going to show you the cost of different Gen AI approaches, and you will have to make a really hard decision whether you're going to spend a lot of money, put a big bet on generative AI. The outcome, you can see, each individual one save 5 to 15 minutes, and the reliability is muchly improved. And also you can see they save some potential losses, avoid some losses, for 100,000 US dollars per event. So that's quite remarkable. But as I said before, we've seen so many great examples. Gartner run this innovation event every year. We call Innovation Eye. We collect thousands, tons of innovation cases. The reason why I only want to show you 2 today here is, let's also talk about the practicality. Let's not just go too far. Let's think about which one could be suitable for us, particularly from the risk tolerance perspective. As I briefly mentioned before, do we have the right people, especially the business unit people, the junior people, the frontier soldiers? Do we have the ability to distinguish, to tell the difference between the good or the biased outputs? That takes time. And also, do we have the ability for compliance and legal consideration? One of the really, I wouldn't say funny, sad example is one of my clients based in Vietnam. They were the first group of companies in Vietnam who signed up with this co-pilot stuff. They haven't done really proper IAM, so identity access management, and also filtering system. The sad thing is, after they launched the co-pilot, guess what? Their junior staff and even the freelancers can get access to the information that their CEO only can get access to. That's the common problem. So we can talk about the big future. I can give you all the trends, but again, today my mission, my job, or my duty is to show you the harsh fact and also tell you the practicality of using AI and applying AI. Okay, let's move on to the second part. You may have some question drop them down. If you have the question, you can leave them towards the end. Second part, goal metrics and also change management. This is another really hot topic within the APAC region, I would say. Guess what? Why they put a lot of effort on measuring let's say, the outcome of your AI investment? Because AI is not cheap. It's quite expensive. I'm going to show you the figure later. Easily, if you want to fine-tune some foundational model to create a tailored model, large language model, it's going to cost you easily $6 million US, $8 million US. I'm going to show you that fact later. So we have to be really careful of making the investment on AI and also measure the return on AI investment on a continuous manner. In fact, before this trip, I just received some media interview to talk about the ROI of AI and generative AI. So I want to share some of the findings I learned through my journey. So first of all, let's review that. Remember, I just showed you this a minute ago. The outcomes for this AI investment, these AI tools, is about man hours, 100,000 man hours saved. Can we really convert this man hours saved into financial matters or financial value? Let's say we save 100,000 hours per year. Can we say we save over 100,000 Malaysian ringgit per month or per year? Can we do that? Very difficult. Let me give you a very interesting example we learned from the symposium. One of the Australia-based bank, ANZ, they released their white paper, or they released some of the white paper studying the outcome of their Gen AI. So they said, based on the co-pilot or virtual assistant, they managed to save 55 minutes per employee per week. All right, let's simply say, I know you guys have over 30,000 people. Let's say Australian bank just have 10,000 people. So 10,000 people multiplied by 55 minutes, that's going to be, wow, 550,000 minutes per week, per person, per week. That's a lot if you add them to a whole year. But the thing is, if you divide this 55 minutes by 5 work days, how many minutes can you save per day? Less than 10 minutes. What are you going to do with these 10 minutes? Tell me, are you going to work harder? Are you going to do more extra work? Or are you going to just go to the coffee shop and take a sip of the coffee or tea break? That's it. That's something we call productivity leakage. So it's very hard to simply measure the productivity output and turn them into the financial outcomes. That's a very, very difficult part. But if you interview every individual CEO or CFO within the region and ask them, what is your expected outcomes from your AI investment, expensive AI investment? They will say, revenue generation, cost reduction, all right? Luckily or unfortunately, I spent about 4 years of my academic career, I studied my PhD, on this topic. I realized that the very sad fact is the direct impact we can expect from the technology, direct impact, will be productivity, speed improvement, customer experience improvement. Once again, let me give you another really funny story. So, let's say we use AI to improve the customer experience and customer is super happy. Do you think those happy customers will pay us more? If they're bankrupted, all right, they're very happy with you, but they don't have money to pay you. So that's something we call direct impact versus the indirect impact. So revenue generation, cost reduction are largely reflective of those indirect impact of IT or AI. So for everyone here, when we try to run some AI initiative, let's set up the right expectation on AI. What they're going to bring us in a direct way will be productivity, customer experience, rather than revenue growth and cost reduction. That's really important. If you don't have the right expectation, the common problem or challenge we normally see in the region is the CEO will challenge the head of digital, or the CIO will say, hey, you spend $6 million US dollars or $8 million US dollars. What did it give me? 50 minutes per week per person. That's the common problem. So when we talk about AI and when we come up with this steering committee or digital transformation committee, let's set up the expectation really right. Let's say, hey, are we all agreed that AI will bring in this direct impact? And later we'll talk about how to turn this direct impact into the financial value. Let's all come up with the same conclusion. Let's be on the same page. Otherwise, I would say, for some expensive AI techniques, let's not bother. Because the expectation is here, the real outcome is there, right? So that's one of the things I want to draw everyone's attention. But I still want to show you a successful case study where people can turn some of this indirect, direct impact into the financial value. So here, I give you a very, very simple example. It's from a financial services industry, AFF. So AFF stands for American First Finance. You can tell from its name, it's an American-based or US-based financial service provider. They deploy generative AI in their contact center or customer service center for summarization of the conversations. Also, in another term, it's called the automation or automatic generation of customer service ticket. This is so powerful. Within the region, this is the most common application scenario for generative AI, and you can see some direct impact on that. All right, so that, with the support of this, what can we expect? What kind of outcome can we expect? Read this. 23% reduction in AHT, 60% in reduction in hold time violation, and 24% increase in calls taken. What are these metrics? Productivity. As I said, can you turn this productivity into the cost reduction or the decrease in the headcounts? You can't. It's very hard. But what if I tell you a story? Let's go back to this. Let's say, with the support of this generative AI, we can summarize the conversation. We can create a customer service ticket very quickly and automatically. And what if we can connect our call center system with the backend management approval system? Why do I say that? For example, let's imagine Daniel is a contact center or call center agent, who just recently joined TNB. All right, I use all of these fancy tools to support my client interaction and create this customer service ticket. But the question is, when I come up with some of the recommendations or solutions, can I, as a junior contact center agent, make the decision on the spot? Can I? No way. I have to talk to my manager. Usually, what they will say is, hey, Mr. Hazik, whoever, I'm going to call you back in 10 minutes. And then I will sort out this order. I'll help you to close the deal. But there's a but. Within these 10 minutes, there could be a lot of things happening. The client didn't pick up the call, or the client suddenly had the code feed, said, no, I don't want that anymore. So this timely or just-in-time responses is so important. What they actually did is they connect the call center system with the approval system. As you can see, some dot on that, some red dot. So that means they send the service ticket directly to the approval dashboard. When the manager sees this alert, it can get it done in 3 or 10 seconds. That means the client do not need to hang out the call to get the deal closed. You think that's a small difference? Let me show you a formula. So in this case, we use some traditional AI to do the semantic analytics, and also we use summarization function to trigger the automatic generation of customer service ticket. And also we do the process re-engineering or process optimization to run all of this stuff. And eventually we can turn this call center from a cost center into revenue center. Because today we don't have time to deep dive into the details, but just to say, their call center agent like myself eventually become the sales. 20% of my KPI are related to sales target. It's no longer just customer satisfaction. And you can see, if we purely just do AI deployment, what we can expect, just the productivity boost, as we showed you before, 20% reduction, whatever. But if we add something we call business change management or business process engineering, we can envision the revenue and profit growth. So one of my senior clients actually gave me a very good saying in conclusion. He said, the successful AI deployment determines the lower limit of your AI success, but the business change management defines the ceiling of your AI outputs and outcomes. So that's why you probably hear from a lot Gartner analysts or other innovation partners, fusion teams, business IT alignment. Yes, in this case, IT bring you productivity. Business people join IT, bring you revenue, profit growth, and financial outputs. So that's the beauty of business change management. That's also the difficult part, the challenging part for a lot of AI pioneers. A lot of the AI pioneer focus so much on the architecture, models, parameter, and also prompt engineering, whatever, those technical stuff, without paying enough attention to the change management. And eventually they will see you can only receive something called output, like productivity, speed improvement, and customer satisfaction improvement, but eventually you won't see any tangible financial outcomes. And in long term, every company has their certain level of tolerance. When the cost hit certain point, your CEO, your business leader will challenge you. Why do you spend so much money on AI? So the implication for us is, let's just remember one thing, which is the importance of change management. Okay. The next one, we're going to talk about deployment approaches versus budgeting and investment. This is going to involve some of the hardcore knowledge about AI deployment. I think you can see, Mr. CEO shows his knowledge, aspiration of AI and technology. Let me give you some of the basic knowledge about how much money you're going to spend on different Gen AI deployment options. Okay? So stay with me. When it comes to generative AI, just use generative AI as an example. When it comes to generative AI deployment, you have as many as 5 options. The first option is you just buy those commercial software, all right? Very simple. Software as a service, SaaS. Second option, you can certainly embed those large language models via API into your customized app. For example, you buy a content generation large language model and build them into your CRM system to create a personalized sales content. The third one is something we call extend. So extend your large language models via something we call data retrieval. Very simple example to help you understand what this means, because you will constantly hear some jargons. I hate jargons. RAG, retrieval augmented generation. So what does it mean? For example, if you type, who is Daniel Sun in ChatGPT, it will give you some generic answers, because this is a common name. Probably in Asia, you can find, let's not 100, let's say, probably 20. It will give you very generic answers. But if you can use some of the AI search tools to search some of the relevant information from your database, such as in this icon, we have a record, there is a speaker from Ghana, whose name Daniel. Then this retrieved data, this extra information will be fed into the large language model, give them the context, and tell them, all right, the Daniel Sun you are looking for is the one from Ghana. Unfortunately, there is only one Daniel Sun in Ghana. There's no other. So that's called extend. The next one is the really top one these days, which is to fine-tune some of the foundational model like Llama, GPT, and etc. And based on that, you fine-tune them and create a tailored model. Lastly, if you have a really big ambition, you can certainly just build everything from scratch. You don't need any foundational models. But the thing is, these 5 different deployment models will give you a very, very different price. Let me show you. How do we look at this cost? So basically, you know, on the first column on the left, we have use case, upfront cost. So upfront cost mainly stand for the initial rollout and pilot development, deployment, integration, training, and etc. All right. Recurring costs mainly refer to those licenses, so per user per year. Let's just zoom in the upfront cost to show you the difference between different deployment approaches in prices in cost. All right, so consume, we're talking about something between 100,000 to 200,000 US dollars. For embed, you can see the price shoot up by 7 times or 7.5 times. We're talking about something between 750,000 to 1 million US dollars. But if you say, hey, this is small money to us, we want to spend more, of course, there's no limit. Let's take a look at customize. This is really based on my personal interview. You know, actually, the starting price for the 4th deployment approach, customize or tailor model, is something between 5 million to 6.5 million. And if you want to take one step further, right, I want to build everything from scratch, all right, I give you the price, 8 million to 20 million US dollars. You can see the huge difference between, in prices, in cost, between different deployment approaches. That's why I often say, when you set up your ambition or your vision, you also need to look into practicality. All right, we see other transmission or energy transmission providers doing this, but you also need to see how much they already spend on that. Do we want to spend that much money on generative AI or other AI techniques? That's also a big question. That's why I said, in my session, we're going to explore together the practicality part. So, and also the other really difficult part is to calculate the total cost of running the generative AI or AI project. Let me just go back one step. As you can see, this is like a quick list for you to reference the breakdown of different costs from a technology deployment perspective. It's very simple and straightforward. Models, computing power, you have to buy this GPU, those really expensive GPUs, and also AI services, data, governance, user license, and environmental. You may wonder why we do need to pay attention to the environmental cost. If you want to build your model, large language model, you need a lot of computing power. Also, that needs what? A lot. Your industry thing, power and electricity. When the electricity or power consumption hits certain level, you have to look into the environmental protection cost as well. Carbon trading, carbon emission, someone will come and fetch you and get you pay those big fee as well. And also, you know, there are some really interesting conversations happening in the US, you know. If I'm not wrong, Oracle is gonna build their own nuclear power plant just to support their computing data center as well. You know, that shows how big the computing power is required for large language model. Once again, that comes to my previous point. Let's be realistic. Let's be pragmatic about using AI and generative AI. The other cost, as I showed you before, remember the slides I just showed you? The AI deployment determines the lower limit of your AI success, but the business change management, business process engineering really defines the ceiling of your AI success. When it comes to calculating the cost, especially for people in charge of finance department, you really need to look into that because you can't ignore the costs incurred in the business adjustments such as market research, consulting, process redesign, change management, and even training and R&D as well. That gives you the total cost. I hope this brings you a very different perspective of looking at AI. Once again, AI cannot see any tangible financial outcome without the proper business change management or the business involvement. So I often talk to a lot of CIO and IT managers. I just say, look, one day if you get a request, the order from the business unit to justify the return on your AI investment, you should talk back. You should ask them, have you spent enough time with me? Have you put enough support on me? What I can help you is to deploy, make sure there will be productivity metrics, customer experience, but for business outcome, it's up to you. You don't want to support, there will be no business outcome. You are also the one to blame if any AI project failed to show the tangible business outcomes. So once again, business and IT alignment is such a big topic these days. It's not just a slogan. The other thing is, we talk about how to approve and apply for the budget. We set up the right expectation, tell everyone, all right, this is how much we're going to spend on tailoring the model, create a customized model. Let's imagine you're lucky enough to get a big budget from the Mr. CEO and CIO. The next question is, how do we spend that? Let's say, if they give you $10 million US on some AI project, you think that's a big opportunity or also a big challenge? Why do I say that? Because AI is still evolving. There are so many uncertainties. When you deploy some AI project, there is a huge failure rate. As I said, the accuracy rate within this APAC region for large language model outputs is between 65% to 85%. But if you just bring a 65% success rate large language model output to your CEOs, they won't be happy. So we also need to know how to spend the money. If you get a big budget, how to spend the money. So here I want to introduce a very, very different approach called staged investment approach. So this is a very practical way of using a big budget for, especially for some edging technology where high uncertainty is involved. How do we do that? Let's take a look at this chart. On the y-axis, we have the investment funding, high and low. That links with the height of different bars in blue. On the x-axis, we have different rounds or stages of investment. Each individual round is associated with a certain period of time, such as 1 to 4 weeks, 1 to 3 months, and 1 to 3 months. And lastly will be 3+ months. On the bottom row, what you can see is targeted support in the initiation. Let me translate them into layman language, into common language. That means each individual round is associated with a very specific evaluation target. What do I say that? For example, in the first part, we allocate a bit of the money to test the desirability of these AI solutions and innovative solution. We need to understand whether there are some true desirability, whether people really desire for that. The reason why I say that is, Gartner recently delivered a very interesting global interview or survey. Just find out 90% of the middle management hate generative AI because they are feared to be replaced. So you need to understand whether your things you're going to develop will eventually be used by people. That's also very important. The second round or third round is we spend a bit more money to work with the partners, to do some POC project, to test if this innovation or this innovative solution can be developed, can be feasible. The third round, we add a bit more money to test the viability, particularly from the financial outcomes or return on investment perspective. Till now, you can see, till round 4, you can see the height of the bars. We only spend probably less than a third of the total budget on this project, but through all of this investment, we've done enough evaluations. We can come up with a solution or conclusion that whether this project should move forward or not before we put the biggest chunk of the budget into the scaling part, into the final part. So that's another really big kind of implication I want to share with you. So again, AI, in the future, you probably may encounter with other technology like quantum computing or agentic AI and etc. Do think about a staged investment because that will help you to reduce a lot of uncertainty. If you say you only waste a third of the money for exploration and testing, you're fine. But if you say I spend more than half of my money on testing the ideas, you're going to have a very hard time in front of a CEO. So that's the meaning of showing this slide. Last part, technology architecture and governance. I only have about 3 minutes left. I will go very quick. So basically, this is an architecture. I know some of you may not come from the technical background, but the thing is, I will introduce them. I will translate them into very, very easy to understand way. So basically, bottom one, infrastructure, compute, network storage. Second layer on the bottom is the generative AI model, foundational model, like large language model, and also domain models and model hubs, such as those platforms that can compare the model performance. And on top of that, we have the engineering tools that can consist of two parts. One is data-centric, such as prompt engineering, vector database fine-tuning, and the other one is more about the model-centric, focus on model deployment, model API, and AI Trism. Remember the example I just showed you before? That Vietnamese company who failed to do the AI Trism and end up with some really awkward situation. And on the top, we have the generative AI applications. We have the horizontal one and vertical ones. But I want to talk about this from a governance perspective. From the bottom, these three things like tools, models, and infrastructure. Generally speaking, globally, we see the trend of a centralized management and governance approach, which means we create a center of excellence to manage all of these tools together. Well, for the application side, we mainly just choose to decentralize all of the governance because we should allow different business units to apply the tailored model, the large language model in a very different way. So that's where we see the centralized and decentralization part. I know this part we probably need to dive into more details, but certainly we can do some follow-up conversations on that. But again, I want to make sure I hit the timeline, just give you enough time for lunch break and etc. Very last slide to wrap up our presentation. As you can see today, we only introduce a core elements out of the 20, but Gartner provide not one-off consulting project. We provide a journey. We accompany with you, in your AI and generative AI journey. So yeah, more than happy to have any follow-up conversations and engagement with all of you here. Lastly, a few kind of key takeaways. First, remember, generative AI is just one aspect of AI. It does not represent the entire picture of AI. You can certainly have more AI technologies. And in some cases, you don't even need generative AI. Second, really think about your customization of your AI playbooks, especially in terms of setting up the right expectation, AI ambitions, fundings, resources, and do focus on the value realization. Don't forget the business and IT alignment. Don't forget about this business change management. So I know I have a lot to talk about, I have a lot of information dumping to you. I hope you find some of the information useful. Once again, thank you so much for having me here today and wish you the great rest of the experience for this icon. Thank you so much.
Dr. Danielson, we will proceed with our Q&A segment.
Okay.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you can scan the QR code and the questions will be delivered to Dr. Danielson. Okay, that's the first question. You may refer to your prompter.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
All right. What specific AI ambition have energy in Malaysia set to improve internal operation? Oh, that's a big question. That's a big question. We did show some of the use cases. As I said, we have an Innovation Eye research report. That covers as many as 12 or 13 different use cases in terms of customer experience. We did say, customer support report, 24/7 access, internal operations. As I show you, those internal, let's say, resilience planning and also expediting the emergency responses. But once again, I don't think I have enough time, and it's not fair to take all of your lunch time to respond to this question. But what we can do is, my colleague Rizal can follow up with you by providing some of the relevant research. Have a read on that research and come back to us. Then we can have a deep dive conversation on that. And also we do have more than 2,000 analysts who can serve you, who can help you as well. Thank you so much.
We still have some time. Can we take the second question?
All right. You mentioned AI should not be for everyone. How to determine the right party as the right type of AI method? All right. So remember, in our AI ambition, we did talk about the external client-facing and also the internal operation. We also have the everyday AI and game-changing AI. I would say when certain AI applications involve some of the outputs that with some uncertainty and high chance of hallucination and biased output is not made for everyone. It need people who can tell the difference. Actually, that's why, let me tell you a trick. You know prompt engineering? Yeah, just type into the prompts. In a lot of the large enterprises like TNB, they train the business people with good know-how to become the prompt engineer because their business know-how matter to the outputs rather than the technology or the passion of their young life. You know, it's about that. And once again, yeah, right party, really look into the complexity of those AI applications, plus the people knowledge, the business know-how's importance on the AI outputs. Once again, if you are interested about becoming the prompt engineer, do chase that job, chase that career. You know, it's hot property and it's well paid. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Daniel. Can you please remain on stage so that we can proceed for token of appreciation?
Yeah, or there.
Yes, here.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I would like to invite Tuan Haji Nik Sofizan Nik Yusof, Head Center of Delivery Operation Services, ICT Division, TNB, to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Daniel Sun.
Thank you so much.
Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Daniel Sun. And thank you to our head of CDOS, Tuan Haji Nik Sofizan. Ladies and gentlemen, as we take a break for lunch, we're excited to announce that there are 3 Knowledge Hub sessions will be taking place to enrich your Icon 2024 experience. This session offers insights from various groundbreaking initiatives across TNB. Here's the schedule. Session 1 will be hosted by Kaizen Genco with AI/ML from TNB Genco at 12:45 p.m. Session 2 will feature the overloading incident prediction from DN, winner of TNB Idea Accelerator 2024, happening at 1:15 p.m. Session 3 will spotlight the MFFA 2.0 Performance Tracker Dashboard from DN, winner of the TNB Open InnoQuest 2024, running at 1:45 p.m. We will reconvene at 2:15 p.m. sharp for the afternoon panel discussions. Lunch will be served at Hall 1 and 2. You may also make use of the space at Level M, accessible by elevator at the left just outside of the hall. Enjoy your lunch and happy exploring. For all participants, please return to the main hall as we will start with our next session soon. And please fill in the front seats first. For those who's just come in, please make your way to the front seats. And for your information, we have a gift for special for those who have completed your visit to all 12 exhibition. Once you completed your visit to all booths, you may collect your gift at the redemption counter at level G. How to do so? You need to visit all 12 booths, present your QR code, and scan the QR code at each booth. Once completed all 12, you may redeem your gift at the redemption counter at level G. For all participants, please return to the main hall as we will start our next session soon. For those who've just come in, make your way to the front seats. Let's fill up the front seat first. See, we have a good example over here. Come and sit at the front. Okay, good, good. Okay, for those who just come in, make your way to the front and fill up the front seat first. We will start our session very soon. Please fill up the front seats.
To those already seated, I would also like to ask everyone to come in and fill up the front seats. You can even fill up the very first row, because as you can see currently, it's empty and we don't have anyone sitting in front. So please do come fill up the first, second, and third rows.
For those who just come in, make your way up to the front seats. Thank you. those seated at the back, please fill up the front seats.
To those seated at the right side of the hall, hello everyone, can I ask you guys to stand up and fill up the front seat? To those seated at the right hand side of the hall, can you please get up and fill up the front seat? Please, we have a few minutes before we start the session shortly. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Siti Fatimah Zahira, and I'm delighted to be joining IME as your MC for the second half of today's Icon 2024. I believe you had a rejuvenating lunch break as well as the opportunity to visit our knowledge hubs. Quick announcement, you can now go to Icon's official portal at iconfortenaga.com.my to browse through the photo gallery from the earlier sessions. Who knows, you might just spot yourself in the audience. Now, as we dive into the afternoon sessions, we have lined up some incredible discussions and panel sessions for you. Let us continue to explore the potential of AI and data in shaping the future of the energy sector. I highly encourage everyone to engage with the speakers and panelists, and feel free to use Slido to submit any questions you have in mind. Not to forget, we currently have attendees with us on WebEx as well. To our WebEx attendees, you are just as much part of the action. So don't hesitate to participate. It's great to see the energy flowing even virtually. Without further ado, let's get started.
To kick off this afternoon session, we have our first panel discussion titled Empowering Communities Through AI and Data-Driven Innovation. This panel will delve into how AI and data are transforming communities and enabling innovation at every level.
Let's welcome our moderator, Fahzan Abdul Hamid, or better known as Mr. Tat, Head of Strategy, Partnership and Transformation from the ICT Division TNB. Joining him on the panel are Hana Raja, Managing Director of Cisco Systems Malaysia, Johan Effendi, Head of Business Technology, Enterprise Business from Celcom DG, and last but not least, Azhar Abdullah, Senior Director for Public Sector of Microsoft Malaysia.
We're looking forward to an engaging session, so sit back, take notes, and let's explore how technology can empower our communities. Hand over to you, Cik Ted.
Alright. Thank you, pengurusi majlis. Ada dua orang yang special petang. Assalamualaikum, very good afternoon everyone. So welcome to the second sessions of Icon 2024. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues from TNB partners and all. So today we are very delighted to have three business leaders here with us to discuss this, I promise, a very exciting topic. They brought with them lots of experience, insights, so that we can gain something out of the sharing. So today we are gathered to explore on how AI and data-driven solutions are not just about transforming industries like TNB in the electricity, but also creating meaningful impact to the communities, driving inclusion, sustainability, and innovation. So again, let me just introduce our very first panel, Ms. Hannah. She's the MD of Cisco Systems Malaysia. So under his leadership, Cisco Malaysia has spearheading lots of innovations across the industries as well as the governments. Our next speakers, Mr. Johan. Johan Effendi is a head of business technology from our Celcom DG, long-term TNB's partners in terms of connectivity. Right? So Johan leads Malaysia's largest telecommunications and digital technology providers. He has a very strong technology-driven innovation experience. We met before during your tenure in Petronas, right? So that shows how massive his experience is. Finally, we are joined by Azhar Abdullah. So he's the Director of Public Sector from Microsoft Malaysia, a solid and genuine partner of TNB as well. So he's been working very closely with the government sectors as well as TNB to actually help to implement a lot of data-driven innovations, solve real-world challenges in TNB. So hopefully he will share better insights. Even now, there are new insights that he'll be sharing afterwards. We're looking forward on that. The ones that you mentioned are some tips panas from the minister. It's a public knowledge now. All right, okay. Maybe let's dive into the conversation. Hannah, can I start with you? So, from your observations, how AI technologies, the likes of the mobile IoTs, cloud computing actually drive adoptions of this AI and data-driven with the communities that we have in Malaysia.
All right, thank you, Cik Ted, for your question. Thank you everyone for being here. I'm very excited to be part of your panelists. So I think for Cisco, I think we play obviously a big part in a lot of companies' network infrastructure, but also data center as well as collaboration. So Powered by WebEx is a technology that TNB uses a lot across the organization. And recently, actually, we did an AI study, AI readiness study with Malaysia respondents. So we surveyed CIOs in a lot of our enterprises, and the readiness is actually very low. So we found that only 13 to 14% of organizations believe they are ready to tackle AI. But 10 to 30% of the whole IT spend is now directed towards AI. So considered quite a significant spend. And companies still are trying to see the true value or ROI from these investments. I think that's kind of the challenge here. But I think your question was on sort of the network infrastructure and how it can help transform AI and ultimately impact communities. I think the first thing to think about infrastructure is understanding, hey, I want to implement AI. Can my network infrastructure handle that? Is it scalable enough? Can it provide the AI technology fast with low latency? And also you will need much higher bandwidth. So how, as an IT team, you can think about what do I need to do to prepare our infrastructure as the AI needs scale up? But ultimately, why you want to do that is because you want to enable these AI use cases, outcomes to come to bear, to impact your users, your customers, to really realize the savings, right? Like improve customer experience, impact cost savings, and ultimately reduce your cost to serve. I think that's sort of what is the impetus, why we need to make this happen and leverage the infrastructure, be it network or data, to make it happen.
Thank you, Hannah. I think it's very spot on. She speaks on the infrastructure side. Remember, I recap a bit this morning, Dato' CEO was mentioning about digital, it's all about data and connectivity. Maybe now we hear from Johan, from connectivity standpoint, how does all these technologies actually going to impact the communities?
Yeah, thank you. It's amazing feeling to be here today representing Celcom DG. It's been 4.5 years. In the next 1 week, I'll be 5 years in Celcom DG, and it's been quite a remarkable 5 years, I would say, very fast-moving industry, this telco industry. So, compared to my peers in Celcom DG, I'm considered new, 5 years old. But I feel that Celcom DG and the importance of connectivity is an important element with regards to serving the AI revolution, right? So if you look at how we are doing things at home, or how Celcom DG is serving you at home while you're in the car, or while you are out in the shopping malls, in the office and all that, connectivity is always with you. And connectivity is the layer that carries the data to the cloud, carries the data from the sensors, from wherever it is, right? So if we look at it from the context of energy, right, and energy consumption, today, if you look at our journey from our house to the office and back, we consume, energy. We consume the resources that requires us to move back and forth. Whatever that we touch, we consume energy, and we use connectivity to actually transmit the. We use connectivity to transmit the data. So, an example I'd like to probably portray here, for instance, our lives at home, right? Today, if you look at the energy situation that we have today, the mega trends, the number of EVs that we have on the road worldwide, the number of data centers that we have in Malaysia that's growing. In fact, Malaysia is probably number 1 and number 2 in terms of data center growth. The energy consumption is going to be higher and higher. Plus the climate situation that we have today. So if you look at all that in context, how do we as citizens become more sustainable, become more responsible citizens? I just want to share perhaps a view of how we can do it as citizens at home. As you know, our homes are connected homes, all right? How do we actually become more responsible in terms of the consumption of energy that we do every day, okay? Today, if you look at TNB, we have the app, TNB app. But do we have the right tools that will enable us to properly consume the data, the energy at home, where we are in more control, right? So the evolution of having the right sensors at home, most of our appliances are already connected. It depends how we connected it to a panel or to a smart meter, right? How do we use that data? How does AI play a role in terms of telling us how do we use energy more responsibly, right? Throughout the day when we spend the nights after working or during the weekends with the family, right? So these are the things that we should look at, yeah?
Thanks, Johan. Maybe I want to explore more about your answer just now. You mentioned about the likes of apps and whatnot, right? Can you share a bit more on what are the other types of AI or data-driven innovations that can help elevate the communities, and what will be the challenges that you forecast when coming out with those AI in the communities?
Okay, I think let's zoom to the apps that we use at home to measure our energy consumption, right? So today, if you look at the number of devices that we have at home, if I reflect on my own devices at home, my refrigerator doesn't have a sensor. My aircon has got sensors. Some of my plugs, even though I live in an old home, some of the plugs are actually emitting data to say that I consume this much for my, water heater or whatever. So imagine in the near future where we have connected homes with the right IoT sensors at home. Imagine the value that it brings to an individual like us staying at home and being able to be in control of our energy consumption. And if you look at from the lens of TNB maybe, then you'll be looking at millions of homes. And the value of that data coming from the millions of homes will be enormous. Yeah? We could look into building digital twins and how digital twins of understanding millions of household consumption. And we can't just look at just households, but we can also look at buildings, plants, manufacturing plants and all that, right? So just imagine the enormous value that it can bring for us to conserve energy and to distribute energy to the right places at the right time.
Okay, maybe this time we hear from our technology provider, Microsoft, on how does Microsoft has helped to provide any innovations to the communities locally, and perhaps if you have faced any challenges actually working with the communities.
Assalamualaikum, good afternoon. First and foremost, thank you for inviting me to be part of this Icon event. Too many examples to cite from, because so happens that this is also the year that we are celebrating our 32nd anniversary for Microsoft in Malaysia. We are celebrating our 50 years anniversary. But anyway, I think given the relevance of TNB in energy, I think the one example that I would like to call out perhaps would be the example of Petronas. So Petronas, of course, has a cloud sort of first mindset that was part of the big unlock for them to realize they are moving forward together. Something that I think the board, the CEO wants to drive more cost efficiency, to create new revenue growth, and also to support Petronas' sustainability goals to be net zero carbon by 2050, and the anchor of that would be adoption of cloud. But the center of that transformation is around data. And if you think about Petronas, it's already coming to 50 years of existence in Malaysia, but at that point in 2020, 46 years in, they amassed a lot of data already, to the tune of almost 100 petabytes worth, and it's across their 250 subsidiaries across 100 plus countries as well. And in order for you to kind of like make everything integrated and unify, you need a fabric that is hyperscale, i.e. cloud. And so it's quite an undertaking, right? And I'll get to the impact that it drives, but that was the challenge number one. Like, how do you unify 280 data sources with 506 data types? And a lot of these data types are unstructured, right? Like seismic images, all those things. And across, there are 18 domains, from exploration, development, production, refinery, all the way to, and I think a lot of that resonates also in TNB operations. That is quite geographically spread, a lot of different divisions as well. But I think through cloud, again, fabric, that you can do that. You can ingest, with economies of scale. And happy to say that Microsoft partners there through our Azure Data Factory, which is the system that allows for this data ingestion. So that's point number one, allowing data to be integrated, right? And that was deployed after 12 months in 2021. And so at that point, we have data that's all now integrated, unified, but then comes the second challenge, which is getting the insight. So ultimately, it's about how do you then make this data is now accessible, also actionable for the folks that are using it, right, to make real-time informed decision making. And to help that, to extract time to insight, obviously they use cloud technologies again. In this case, it's called Azure Synapse that drives analytics across all their big data systems. And then, we continue to iterate, working closely with Petronas to make the whole experience a lot more like how you go into like Amazon.com or you go into Lazada and Shopee, like buying shopping experience that we're all familiar with, right? And so by 2022, we create a portal for all users in Petronas, not just the data scientists, but anyone from function, finance, HR, can basically interact with a unified data platform they call Enterprise Data Hub, or EDH. That's what Petronas coins it. But they have now a single self-service portal that can respond to natural language processing. So there's also a chatbot that's built. So that's like the first foray into AI, as part of this data transformation journey. And so today, happy to share that. And by the way, this is public because, through this journey of 3 years of that data transformation journey with Petronas, we actually released this really, I think, fantastic customer story to inspire and as a reference for not just other energy customers organization, but I think broadly for Malaysia organization at large also to adopt cloud and AI. Today, out of 40,000 plus Petronas employees, 16,000 are using this self-service, data platform. And what in the past would take them hours to find data to make decision, now they do it in a couple of clicks or a couple of prompts verbally, right? So it's a fantastic testimony of what transformation, innovation looks like on cloud hyperscale, and also with the advances of AI to make everything a lot more, I say, mimicking the cognitive power of human beings. So yeah, please do connect with Petronas to hear more about this. Also, just look up the Petronas EDH story. I think that's a great example to share. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Johan. So we are not far off from, this is for my Tnb colleagues, we are not far off from Petronas. This morning, for your info, we just launched our very own generative AI. It's very, the intention was to provide the generative AI platform internally that is secured and, cyber protect by our very own team. So again, as you mentioned, Petronas has, in a way, matured enough with their data. I think we hope to have the same tractions here in TNB. Since you mentioned about your relationship with Petronas, how do you see the partnerships really drive innovations with your customer? What's the symbiosis relationship? And also maybe there's some helps, or how does governments really shape innovations in Malaysia?
Definitely, I think this is where the power of collaboration comes into mind, right? So, I'll preface this by saying that we did also undertake a study with Malaysia Center for Industrial Revolution, Malaysia for IR, and then also with Access Partnership, which is a global advisory firm, just to see what is the size of this prize if you do this right. And so, in Malaysia context, if we adopt cloud and AI broadly, right? Like there's no organization, left unturned. Like every citizen is empowered by AI. We can unlock a potential additional productive capacity to the tune of $115 billion, right? That's Malaysia context. In the whole of ASEAN, I think it's about 1 trillion. Now, if we juxtapose that against, our GDP of $500 billion, right? That's like more than 25%. Imagine that, right? Our Malaysia GDP can incrementally grow by 25% just by unlocking the power of AI. So what that is saying is that, one organization alone cannot do this. Like everybody has to come and collaborate, this power of private partnership, TNB Petronas or TNB and, Celcom DG, or technology vendors like Microsoft coming in and bring the best practices of what we've seen from elsewhere so that we can leapfrog rather than sequentially follow, right? And so what we're trying to do from Microsoft perspective, just to exemplify that, is, we launch globally and we launch also in Malaysia. So in Malaysia, we launched an initiative called Bersama Malaysia. And I think, of course, technology has an important role to do here. So we announced an investment in-country cloud data center, I think it was 3 years ago. We're about to launch that very, very soon. But on top of that, we add on the investment of another $2.2 billion over the next 4 years. That's pretty sizable, and that's for AI capabilities in country, right? So Malaysia can potentially be a center for AI in the country, but then we also want to bring like what we've done with European Union in terms of EU AI Act into Malaysia. So very, very soon in February, I think, talking about like some of the hot, hot gossips or what have you, we are working with the government trying to get the Malaysia guidelines to AI to be rolled out. And like 80% of that is actually taking a leaf from, Microsoft AI principles that has been established since 2018. So there's a lot of, knowledge, lessons learned from that. That's in terms of framework. We're also helping the government with the cybersecurity, that was passed in August, all the self-assessment, doing a lot in that regard. But I think one thing that we dropped this morning was the announcement that, the talent capacity is also important to be built. So we announced today, this morning, the fact that we're going to be committing to 800,000 of skilling for Malaysians, right, for the next 12 months. And right, so that's going to be announced again with YB Gobin when the National AI Office is going to get launched. So I think partnership is going to be super key to unlock all the talent capacity, the framework that we need, the AI COE for the country, so on and so forth. So I think more of that has to happen in order to unlock this billions of potential. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Johan. If I were to recap your point just now, so Malaysia is going to be the AI hub for the regions, and there'll be lots of opportunities for AI talents in the future. So guys, AI is something big, so make sure you can jump straight away on the bandwagon. So don't be too emotional attached to your current jobs. So there are lots of opportunities in the future, okay? All right. So likewise, I think Microsoft, Cisco has lots of partners as well. So how do you really shape the adoptions of technologies?
Yeah, so I think, Ted, what you're saying is if you upskill yourself with AI, you can, find a really high-paying job. So we need to do that. So I think in terms of, I call it like public-private partnerships, right, and how sort of Malaysian enterprises and government can really leverage that. I think I see that those kind of partnerships really play a pivotal role. Number one, really in kind of like pilot and testing and pivoting as you have a use case that you want to do, you work with a partner with the likes of Cisco, Microsoft, Celcom, Digi to test it and then see if it's viable in one area. And Cisco has done that in several enterprises in Malaysia, and we call it country digital acceleration, where we co-invest with our customers to do small pilots and use cases. Like the recent one we announced was with Tnb and Jabatan Digital Negara, and it was on AI-led smart workplaces, where we will do a pilot on smart workplaces, leveraging our WebEx endpoints and the AI technology behind that, as well as networking, and using that to showcase that use case in a particular block or a building. And we're actually doing it with Tnb as well in the meeting rooms, leveraging the WebEx endpoints and you doing a smart workspace and smart building use case. So how can we leverage all that intelligence to optimize energy, to switch off your air conditioning, your lights when there's no one using it, but intelligently and intuitively. So those kind of partnerships will really help accelerate the use of AI. But I think like Encik Azhar said, kind of upskilling and talent development is as critical as well, because you need organizations and the nation to follow along. And this talent upskilling can be with higher education, K-12, but also in organizations. We ourselves need to upskill and reskill ourselves to understand what can AI bring to our organizations. So I think like Cisco will have our networking academy, which offers all sorts of courses within AI, coding, IoT. So those are the things. And recently we also launched a UTM AI hackathon. So I got all my engineers, my technical sales folks to spend time with the students who signed up to upskill them on AI and do a hackathon. So those are the examples.
Yeah, if I can add, the power of collaboration and partnerships, I think, should not be understated. Recently, I think in August, Celcom DG launched probably the first in Malaysia, an AI experience center in Subang High Tech, our DG Hub office. I think some of the TNB folks have been there, but not all. So those who are interested to go there and experience some of the use cases and showcases that we have, you're free to come and poke me later and get yourself invited. Happy to serve and invite you while you are there. But the message that I want to bring is that if you go to the AIX Center, you will see us posting about 40 or 50 company logos. Those are our partners in delivering those solutions, those showcases to you. So, a telco's typical partner would be the likes of Ericsson, Cisco, Huawei, ZTE. But we've gone beyond that. We've got so many other vendors, especially technology, solution vendors, healthcare, in diverse industries to actually empower AI and also empower 5G, right? And I think 5G and AI must go hand in hand, right?
I was just about to ask the questions to Celcom DG's reps here. Johan, what lies ahead in terms of connectivity for Malaysia?
Okay, so what lies ahead, I think it's a wonderful story, I would say, what lies ahead, right? Because as connectivity has become hygiene factor, it must be there, right? And it is expected that connectivity is going to be much faster, much more reliable, latency much better, and all that wonderful jazz, right? So for a telco, we are always working towards that, providing the widest coverage, the most reliable, the most secure coverage. But that's hygiene. What we want to do is move on from becoming a telco into a techco, a company that provides use cases and solutions that would serve your needs, right? That would solve your problems. So that's our ambition. And I think it cannot be done by CelcomDigi alone. We are working, like I said just now, with the partners, right? What we would like to do is work with customers like yourself in TNB, work with Petronas, right? And work beyond what we are working towards now, looking into the future, what else that we can do. And just now I touched about digital twin, right? So just imagine if TNB had a digital twin of its infrastructure, its grid, its power energy supply, and how it serves to households, or to buildings, to manufacturing, to data centers and all that. Now, if that digital twin was opened up and allow other folks, other companies, other talents to work into that, right? Then you imagine, how the potential, value that it can unleash, right? I've heard of these use cases, the use of digital twin by energy providers in other countries, right? Maybe for wind farms and all that. But that's something that we can look towards, because it takes more than just CelcomDigi or Microsoft or Cisco to crack the problem. It's a problem that needs to be overcome, and it's a problem that can be overcome by collaboration.
All right, thanks, Johan. Maybe from Azhar, your last words. Any promises from Microsoft to the local communities?
No, not so much promises. I think like whatever that we've committed, we are delivering those commitments. We'll have our first sets of investment launch very, very soon, in a matter of months, and there's going to be additional investment with regards to the AI infrastructure. I think more call to action, right? Especially given the fact that Malaysia will be leading ASEAN in a matter of what, like 20-some days. I think the onus is on us to exemplify, like, what great could be in terms of driving innovation as a country, as an industry, as people as well. And I think the call to action is, let's invest in ourselves. I think technology will take care of itself. Like a lot of it's already happening, almost autonomously, driven by the commitment of different organizations here. The government's doing a lot of wonderful work with, putting, I would say, accelerators in place, the right framework, the right policies. All that's going to be announced very, very soon, in a couple of days' time as well, around the AI piece. But I think the time to act is now. This is both an AI moment, a cloud moment, an IoT moment, the advanced network moment. But let's invest in ourselves to be AI ready in the future. And I think to the leaders as well in the room here, let's set aggressive goals, right? Because it's also about mindset. like how do we embrace this? Because without a real posturing or messaging from the team that look, from the leadership that look, the way forward is digital, the way forward is AI first, the rest will not move. So I think setting that tone is important from leadership as well. So really more call to action.
So I guess all of us got to embrace this AI journey, right? So, I mean, from maybe last words from Hannah.
I think maybe some last words. I think in terms of like, this is the moment of AI, right? I think I actually listened to a podcast by Wall Street Journal recently saying that the new sort of, there's an obscure location in Asia that's the new center of AI. And when I listened to the podcast, it was Johor. So, you know, sort of it says that the majority or a large amount of AI investments are being centered here in Malaysia. And obviously TNB, you being the energy provider, you are kind of at the center of that. None of that can happen without you, right? I mean, they can announce billions of investments, but they have no energy. They can just, you know, forget about it, right? So you are at that center of this change. And globally, we are recognized to be, you know, receiving all these investments and developments. So how can we really take that forward and take that in as Malaysia? But also we need to think about it holistically. It can't be saying, I want to do AI, I want to do AI. It needs to start with a strategy. What do you want to achieve by implementing AI? Where do you want to implement AI? What is the ROI? Then you need to think about your data. How is it governed? How is it structured? And it needs to then, you know, follow through with your talent, your culture, your change management. So I think kind of that lens of I need an end-to-end strategy as well, and not just taking it as a buzzword.
Right. I just want to add that one fun fact. You guys know that, you know, a study was already done post the announcement of all investments in Malaysia. Malaysia right now ranks #1 in ASEAN and #2 in Asia behind Japan in terms of the amount of compute per capita or amount of compute per GDP. Just think about that, right? So the point about like us sitting on the center of revolution is true. But it's ours to lose if you don't act on it, right? But in terms of infrastructure, it's there. We are now leading in ASEAN in terms of that compute power. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. I guess that's, you have any final words?
Oh, okay. I thought you called Azhar Johan. That's all. It's okay. Anyway, final words. Try and keep it short. I like what you said just now, technology will take care of itself. You know, for me, being a technologist or being an IT person for the past 28 years of my career, I think it holds true. Technology will evolve and improve. What makes technology work is the people element, right? So that's most important. It's how we come together and make sure that technology works. You know, otherwise Elon Musk wouldn't have like put a rocket up there and then moved down, because that technology is not even around, and that technology was invented for that purpose. So technology yang sedia ada ni, we can already embrace and, you know, unleash the potential. Technology yang tak ada tu, biar Elon Musk take care of it, right? But it's enough to say like the technology that's available can already give us so many benefits.
Okay. I suppose that's all the time that we had now today. So on behalf of the organizing committee, thank you very much to all the panelists. So again, for the rest of the audience today, enjoy the rest of the sessions. Thank you very much. We'll meet again sometime. All right.
Mr. Ted and panelists, please stay on stage for now. Please remain on stage. Thank you to our esteemed panelists for their insightful discussion on how AI and data-driven innovation are transforming and empowering communities, paving the way for an inclusive and impactful future. I believe everyone is looking forward to witness Malaysia as the AI hub of the region and hopefully seeing TNB at the forefront of this drive. We truly appreciate the knowledge shared today. Now, let's take a moment to present token of appreciation to our panelists. I'd like to invite Mr. Ted to present the token of appreciation to all of our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause for their contributions to the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Ted, and thank you to all panelists.
Our next panel discussion is titled From Data to Impact: Pathways to AI-Driven Innovation in the Energy Sector. This session will provide deep insights into how AI and data are driving transformation in the energy landscape.
Moderating this session is Christine Yongwei Ling, Head of Digital ICT Division, TNB. Joining her are our esteemed panelists, Gaurav Anand, Head of Customer Engineering, Strategic Enterprises of Google Cloud, Datin Mariana Abdullah Makmum, Lead Data Governance, Strategy and Quality, TNB, and last but certainly not least, Dr. Shin Yang Chin, Head of AI and Data Science, Ernst & Young.
Panelists, please join us on stage. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Over to you, Madam Christine.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, all. So, we had a very good session in the morning, and today is all about data and AI. I think most importantly is how do you unlock value from data? And of course, AI is one of the very important technology. So I have a very interesting panel with me today. And what we hope to achieve is that how in TNB, after listening to all of you, we could try to expedite our journey, do it a little bit better and faster. So I have Mr. Gaurav from Google. He's the Head of Customer Engineering Strategic Enterprises in Southeast Asia. He focuses on data, AI, distributed system architecture, and he has 16 years of experience in cloud solutions. Thank you for joining us. And then we have Dr. Shin Yang Chin. He's the head of AI and data science in EY, with 13 years of experience in developing advanced AI and machine learning solutions globally. And the interesting fact about him is that he began as a physicist at University of Cambridge, and later has transitioned into data science and consulting in the UK, and today he's with us, he's back in his home, Malaysia, and he aspires to drive the nation to the forefront of AI adoption. Thank you, Dr. Shin, for coming back. And of course, last but not least, we have Datin Mariana. She's the lead of data governance, strategy and quality at TNB Retail Division. She has led the effort to ensure that we have a robust data foundation for AI implementation in Retail Division. She graduated from Imperial College in University of London, and she discovered her niche when she was entrusted with leading a customer data governance project 7 years ago. So you see, we keep on learning, keep on discovering, and one day we'll find something that we can work on, probably for the rest of our life, because there is passion and there is purpose. And we see that in Datin. And with her ultimate goal is to transform digital retail division into a data-driven organization. So with this, we also introduce our last panel. She is Nova, our AI panelist for today. And she represents our commitment to, TNB commitment, yeah, to leverage AI responsibly and ethically. And this is Nova. Hi, Noah. How are you today?
I'm ready and excited for the TNB Icon 2024 event.
The panel discussion on AI-driven innovation in the energy sector promises to be insightful and impactful.
Noah. Hi, Noah. Can you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Nova, your friendly co-host for the Tnb Icon 2024 event. I'm here to assist you during the panel discussion on AI-driven innovation in the energy sector. Let's make it insightful.
Thank you, Noah. Okay, now let's go on to our question. So this discussion, this panel sharing, will try to dig in a little bit more. There's so much about how much data we have, how AI is so important, and how we need to jump into the bandwagon and adopt it quickly. But really, what's happening out there? They are also saying that it's all hype. And so many companies has invest so much in AI, and yet they're struggling to get the returns from AI. So I would like to direct this question to Mr. Gaurav. Maybe you would like to share.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. I'm really honored to be part of the panelists. So again, thank you so much, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful afternoon. Now, to address the question, right, I think I would like to maybe take a perspective on what has happened in the past 2 years. Essentially, if you look into the way technology and particularly AI has been evolving, it's like every week have something new, right? And what we learned the past month is now completely redundant, right? So there's definitely hype, but things are changing, things are improving. And if I can take a quote from our CEO last week, Sundar Pichai, he said the low-hanging fruit is done. And what he meant was that, you know, there was a lot of investment which went into building LLMs and a lot of, you know, foundational models. That is done. So now is the time to take it to the next level, which is building the right applications for the right use cases. And if you think particularly from an energy sector perspective, I think the energy sector is buzzing with, you know, the implementation of AI, but there are definite challenges, right? And if I try to sort of put it down into the perspective of challenges, right? One of the fundamental challenges which needs to be addressed is around building a solid data foundation. You can't build AI use cases if you don't have a solid data foundation. And again, thinking from an energy sector perspective or from a wider enterprise lens perspective, given it's very complex and the history of, you know, building platforms and technology, you often have a lot of data silos. So there's need to sort of consolidate and bring everything together so that you can start drawing value out of it. The second important aspect is that AI needs to reflect business outcomes, right? So while, you know, there's a lot of hype and people experimenting, building applications, seeing value, a lot of it still needs to translate to tangible business outcomes or business benefits. That's where the third aspect, which is fostering collaboration, comes into picture. So when we think of, you know, realizing the impact of AI and not living with the hype, whether it's the business teams, the IT teams, the operations teams, the people who are doing maintenance on the ground, across grid and whatnot, everyone needs to come together. So there's a lot of cultural change which needs to come in to bring AI into practice. And again, business needs to drive that. Business needs to guide the team, and IT and operations needs to support it. So I think these are some of the ways in which, you know, the hype can be turned into reality, but we have already seen a lot of applications, a lot of use cases starting to get into production. And I think beyond 2023, which was mostly the year of POCs and pilots, I think we have started seeing a lot of use cases getting into production. So yeah, quite excited about that.
Okay, thank you, Gaurav. I think what Gaurav is saying is that you want results, then you don't look at AI as purely a technology. You need to bring the people along. You need to have a solid foundation, and all this must be in a cohesive ecosystem for it to work. Okay, so now I would like to pick Dr. Shin's brain on this. What do you think?
Sure. I think what Gaurav said was really well said. I personally think that there's certainly a bit of hype on AI. But if you think back for the last 50 or 60 years, every 10 years cycles, there's a little bit of hype on AI. And every 10 years, a Hollywood movie will spur all the imagination and say that AI is going to take over the world. And yet, none of that has actually happened. But I do think that the current hype right now is slightly different from what we have experienced in before. Mainly because of generative AI, right? Generative AI is a very transformative AI that has potentially democratized AI, make AI available to everyone, not just what we call the typical technology-focused, engineering-heavy department or people, but everyone can really start to experience AI, because with generative AI, this is the first time we can actually speak to AI and AI can speak back to us in a language that we can understand. In the past, in order to do that, you actually have to write complex languages, and people who's don't have any programming background, or if you're not from IT or engineering, you wouldn't even be bothered to try out AI. You think that AI is something that someone else should do, which is not surprising. Why there's a recent very interesting survey among the academics that says that, for the first time they think that AGI, artificial general intelligence, which is a state where AI can reach the level of human. So they did a survey on the academics, and on average, most of the academics believe by 2042, we're going to achieve AGI, right? That's well within our lifetime to actually achieve that. So imagine what that means. And because AI is expanding so fast that it is something that we do not know what's going to happen in 2 years' time. What used to be, if you think about handwriting recognition, it took, about 10 years before, 1997 was the first time we had anything about handwriting recognition. It took about 10 to 15 years before we actually perfected that technology. But right now, with human reasoning, with ChatGPT, and with all these other LLMs out there, you're hearing that every 3 months to 6 months, there's a fundamental change that not only shocks the world, but even shocks AI specialists like me. Like 3 months ago, I would say I don't think that's possible, and then OpenAI or AWS will prove me wrong, right? And it's like, okay, I take back what I said 3 months ago. Now that's the hype bit. I just want to take a step back and say that from my own personal point of view, to really bridge that gap, to really take on AI, I think you heard a lot from Gaurav and also from the earlier panelists, that Malaysia is very well positioned to take advantage of this AI wave. But I think we need to strike a good balance, and this is always my opinion. We need to strike a good balance between control, which is the governance, because we can't jump to AI, blindly, right? You jump onto this bandwagon, but know what's in it for you. But at the same time, especially for Malaysia, my personal opinion is that I think there's insufficient courage sometimes. We think that, yeah, there's hype, we want to do AI, but then when you really need to step forward and take that step for AI, I think a lot of organizations and even individuals in Malaysia, we tend to be a little bit afraid to take that one step. We tend to wait for other people, other organizations, even other countries to take that step, because we fear that this will become a bleeding edge instead of a leading edge technology. So we really need to make that balance, and really not, as a proud Malaysian, I really hope that we will be part of this revolution in AI. And like the previous panel says, we are really well poised to take advantage of that. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Shin. So we need courage. So we know that AI has two faces, right? The good one, which has the promises that we know it can do, but also the bad one with the risk, right? So in this, when we look at the potential, talking about the hype versus the reality, maybe I would like to invite Datin to speak about your journey in retail in this. Over to you.
Thank you, Christine. Just to share with all of you, I have led an AI project for retail division, and from that experience alone, I'm convinced that AI's potential is essential for TNB to advance into the future and maintain our relevance. And however, not to pour cold water into this excitement, we must not rush into it. We, first and foremost, I feel, coming from a data perspective discipline, we must first establish a robust data governance framework, and also to have quality assurance as an essentials requirement or prerequisite for every iteration as we progress. Because all of us in the room must agree that how else would this technology tap our human knowledge if it's not for the data? A huge amount of processing is being carried out, and also without a high quality data, this new potential, new values will be untapped still. And as you know, Gen AI model, it sources out data from a variety of places, many places. I mean, I can even ask the audience here, do you know where the Gen AI get their data from? No? So I'll just remember a few here, which I'm going to share with you. So one of it will be the user-generated data. We use this a lot for our Sarah project to be able to answer questions from customers. And then there is also the proprietary data, internal documents. And I believe that is what we know is sourcing the data from. There is also the website, the public available websites where the Gen AI would be scraping the web and generate an enormous, huge amount of data. There is also the license data, proprietary data as well. And so if you put that all together, there is a huge amount of data. And how do we actually establish which data that we can trust without having that data governance framework in place? So over to you, Christine.
Thank you, Datin. So you see, right, I asked a question of hype versus reality. They went on to talk about what are things that have been done, and that when courage and boldness is not enough, we have seen Datin has gone into an AI project, and Sarah is now live in Tnb. And similarly, at our side, at ICT division, we also have taken a very bold move. We had completed a 100-day sprint to put up our internal employee-facing AI platform with the right policy guideline in place, embedded in the platform, and it's cyberly secured for us, right? So, and even Gaurav said, right, those low-hanging fruits, 2023, 2024, where it's an era of POC, is now gone. So it is now another era where we need to think about how to bring this POC to scale, how to bring the real impact, the real value to the company. So I think for this second question, right, we know that we need to go to the scaling journey of AI. We have done, take a few steps, bold, very, but we did, right? So what are these critical factors of success? What should we be avoiding in the AI adoption journey in terms of scaling AI? I think that would be very important as well for us to hear the insights from the industry, and also from your experience, Dr. Shin. Maybe I start with Dr. Shin first in this.
Sure. Thanks, Christine, for the answer. I think that's a really good question, and it's a question that requires a lot of deep thinking. I don't think there's an easy answer to that. Let's not forget that generative AI is something that has only occurred, 2 years. So whatever I say right now is based on, 2 years of experience, compared to if you talk about things like data enterprises and other things, it's like 20 years, 30 years, 40 years of experience. So we are still trying to figure it out. But from what I see and what I experienced over the last couple of years, what I feel that generative AI is at a point where it needs to get stuck to the ROI, and Gaurav mentioned that again, so I'm just echoing what he said. The company has to look at it from a value point of view, right? What is the value that would generate from that? Daniel this morning mentioned that as well, that a lot of the generative AI and AI applications, it's about productivity, it's about helping you to do things faster, and that is an indirect impact to that. So how does that translate directly or indirectly to either increasing your revenue or reducing your cost, which is the top line and bottom line? That kind of conversation has to come into any kind of AI projects right? Gone are the days of POC. So when we talk about these conversations, we need to have a good conversation and business alignment with the business units. And this is where hopefully I'm doing my job as a consultant. This is where, as a consultant, you know, I will need to play my role to actually bridge the gap between the technology area and the business area. And it's not an easy thing to do, let me assure you, right? Because even until now, the technology people cannot completely understand what the business people is doing, right? We know some, but you have been at Tenaga for 20 years, you will know a lot more things than I do, right? But at the same time, the end users, the energy sectors, right? They have only heard about AI, maybe, you know, for the last 1 or 2 years, and they know about the hype, they know about the vision, but they do not know the intricacies, you know, as Dati has mentioned as well, like where the data is coming from, how do we control the data, can we really do that, and is it very beneficial for us to do that? So the conversations to bridge the gap between business users and the technology people, I think is very important. That is the first bit. And the second bit, I'm just going to add on and give more time to the rest of the panel, is that the traditionally running a lot of AI projects for me as a developer, as a solutions specialist, I found that the toughest thing that I have to deal with is the silo of data. And I think Daniel this morning mentioned it indirectly as well. He put a term called AI-ready data. But what does it mean that your data is AI-ready, right? So we collect lots of data, but are those data integratable? Are those data live? Are those data clean? And then, I mean, especially when it comes to large organizations, sometimes even within organizations, we don't share those data willingly. And sometimes when we have some data within an organization, let's say, we can make a much more better and useful model if it's integrated with something that is external, right? So for example, if we can merge some data from, you know, Celcom DG about how people, you know, we can get a lot of location data, we can talk about urban metry, we can know more about how a certain area population is going to grow over the next few years, and can help us to put that into the AI model and make that model a lot more useful. And that will create a lot more value. So in summary, I think 2 key areas that we need to really look at is to bridge the gap, and in a certain extent to educate both parties, the technology party and the business units, and bridging that gap. And the second bit is to break down the silos of data.
Thank you, Dr. Shin. So definitely, right, it really resonates with me. We are the technologists from IT, right? After many years, we've always been reminded that when we do any technology-related initiative, technology is given, but what you need to pay a lot of attention to is really what the business want. And in fact, you should be bringing the business to the front, and they should be the driver and owning the initiative. Technology is given, right? And we are there just to orchestrate so that the business can get what they want. I guess AI in this case is the same. That is really important. Another part on data silos, I think no one can run away from this question. But in our recent quest for searching of ideas through the Idea Accelerator, when we combine the business analysts together with ICT team and consultant team, we are very happy to see that the data silo is being broken. So you need a drive from the top, combined with the grassroots driven idea to make things happen. That would be how I see that to move us faster to scale AI-related journey. But Gaurav, what do you think? Other than these 2, is there anything else that would be critical to the success for us to scale AI?
Yeah, I think just to the points mentioned by Dr. Shin and yourself, right? I just want to reiterate the aspect around building foundational platforms. Like for the last 16 years, me being an engineer, right, I had always focused on having the right foundational platform in place, because the pace at which technology has changed, and now it's changing, it's going to continue to change, right? But you don't have to fundamentally change the way you design a platform within your organization. Now, if I take learnings from predictive AI, or what we now call as classic AI, right? Classic AI essentially gave us a platform which then led to generative AI. Now, a lot of people don't acknowledge this, but if, let's say, we didn't have the foundational platform from predictive AI, we would have never succeeded in building generative AI. So that's where having the right platform foundation makes sense. And, underneath, now if you talk in the context of LLMs, right, you have OpenAI, you have Gemini, you have Anthropic and whatnot, right? All these LLMs would continue to iterate and evolve by itself, right? But once you have the platform on the top, you can easily swap whatever you want and whatever works best for you. So that's where, the importance of platform. The second point I just want to reiterate is, I think I've seen, like, when people start to get to build AI use cases, they end up, building 100 use cases or scoping 100 use cases, right? And a lot of times, to the point I mentioned before, right, a lot of them don't even get into production. So I think there's a need to rethink what creates the maximum impact, because the only way you can scale AI within an organization is showing impact, right? So there needs to be a reprioritization, and I think business along with IT and operations need to sit down and quantify that what makes sense, right? What would drive clear, tangible business outcomes. So I think these are the two additional points I just want to reiterate on. Yeah.
Thank you. Datin, do you have anything to add for this?
Yes, I feel we should not forget on the skill building initiatives. That is still something very lacking in TNB. And it's not just skill building, but also how to retain them, because these are the skills that are highly sought, not just Malaysia, but everywhere. And we have to agree that this is a new territory. Even with Sarah, we are very dependent on our partner. We need the prompt engineers to assist us in making sure that the right answer is given to customers for the questions that's being posed. And I feel this is very critical for TNB to address, and we need a team of data scientists who have skills in machine learning and AI, and perhaps this is something, one of the outcome from Icon that can be addressed by the ICT team.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think having an internal team that could also build and scale this is equally important. But cognizant that we can't be hiring every data scientist that we need, the augmentation, the collaboration with the partners in the ecosystem could also help us to scale AI faster. So I think we have forgotten about Noah. I want to hear what Noah think about our conversation so far, right? Hi, Noah. Scaling AI in the energy sector requires more than just technology. What are the most critical factors for success in this AI adoption journey?
Successful AI adoption in the energy sector hinges on robust data governance, collaboration across departments, a skilled workforce, and a clear strategy aligned with business goals. It's all about making data-driven decisions.
Okay. So she's aligned with all the panelists have to say. So thank you, Noah. But let's not just talk about the serious AI stuff, right? I would like to ask Noah another question that is out of AI. Okay. Hi, Noah. If you could only eat one food forever, what would it be?
Although I would encourage everyone to try nasi lemak, I would like to have a large meal of sustainable energy to power me up.
Oh, how sweet. Thank you, Noah. Okay, let's move on. I do have a follow-up question from the question just now. So you see that there are different components that we need to put in place to scale AI. But from your experience, right, probably you can share with me what is the most impactful applications in AI that is now being implemented in the energy sector, and how we could adopt it in TNB for success. Gaurav, you want to take the floor first?
Yeah, I think as I was trying to mention, right, to not boil the ocean and start with the ones which create a lot of impact. I think predictive maintenance is something which I wouldn't say it's the most application of generative AI, but with generative AI, predictive maintenance has become much more easier, right? And predictive maintenance, especially in the energy sector, utility sector, and all the traditional manufacturing sectors has been there for a very long time. So I think predictive maintenance is where at least we are seeing a lot of value. The other important use case, which I think at least for a lot of Google Cloud customers in the energy and utilities domain we are seeing is, given that the models now are multimodal in nature, wherein we can leverage the image capabilities and the video capabilities, there are few companies. I can take example of AES Energy, one of the American energy provider. They had a very, because they operate a large fleet of wind turbines, and for them, like, maintaining the turbines was a big challenge, right? So just with the visual inspection AI, given the multimodal nature of the models, they were able to save 75% of operational costs. And it's a very low-hanging fruit, I would say, because all you need is a camera, right, and nothing else, right? And an API call does the job. So predictive maintenance using visual capabilities definitely are the two things which we are seeing a lot of traction. Then there are some use cases which are more related to grid energy consumption. If you have digital channels, then how do you sort of improve the overall end customer experience is another area. And I think a lot of energy companies and a lot of utilities companies does have digital channels as well. So I think these are like four, I would say, low-hanging key areas which we are seeing a lot of traction and potential. Yeah.
So you're saying that go for assets and also our customers.
Yes, exactly. Right. Because that's where you will start seeing massive impact, and that gives you enough fuel to go and build the next set of use cases. Yeah.
Okay. So Dr. Shin, maybe I tweak it a little bit. Instead of what is most impactful happening now, maybe you can give us your vision of what could be very impactful to the energy sector.
Sure. So Christine throws in the curveball to me. I think three aspects I can think of, right, which I think AI can be very impactful to the energy sector. The first one, I would agree with Gaurav that I think predictive maintenance, asset predictive maintenance, is going to be one of the most impactful ones. When I was in the UK for many years, I started my journey in data science by doing predictive maintenance, and it's so-called traditional or classical AI now, but really it's just not more than 10 years. so although it's called classical and traditional AI, it's still one of the most impactful AI that's around. Mainly because if you use AI and machine learning to do predictive maintenance, you directly impact your cost and your revenue, right? So this is the one that we talked about earlier, where there's an indirect or direct impact. For this one, you can see a direct impact to your asset management, and that directly impacts your revenue and cost. But obviously, that can sit on top of generative AI platforms to curate all the different kinds of models that you have for predicting your different kinds of models, because you have a lot of different models. So the generative AI chatbot could potentially be the platform that helps you curate the kind of model that you need to do. So that's the first bit. The second bit, I think, Garth touched upon that as well, is the customer support, customer care. Long gone are the days where we are talking to a bot which is so irritating. I personally find it irritating where you say, sila tekan satu untuk, sila tekan dua untuk. And then we type in something, he cannot faham, then he say, sila tekan satu, sila tekan dua. He keeps on repeating, can I talk to an agent please? Sila tekan satu untuk, sila tekan dua untuk. So it's like you can never get to the agent because he simply cannot understand you, right? Now, with the new generative AI, it can actually understand that, what you're trying to look for, that you are, in fact, it's even possible that we don't have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, you can just ask your questions, you know, and straight away we can go to exactly the page that you want to. If you want to talk to the human agent, it can transfer you to the human agent, summarizing the previous conversations that you have, pulling out that conversations in front of that agent, pulling out the relevant documents and other historical products or conversations that you have, and put it right in front of the agent to help the conversation proceed much faster. So I think that's the second bit that I think could be very impactful. The third one I think it's grid optimization. There's a lot about talk about renewable energies, and there's a lot of things that we can do with AI to help optimize that in terms of predicting demand and supply, and with a lot of green energies being attached to our grid, I think this is only going to be more complex if we do not use AI. So AI can actually help us offload a lot of those complexity, and human will just sit on top of that, be a supervisory role. So I think these three areas is where I find AI would be most impactful.
I hope you can help us bring that to TNB and make it happen in less than a year time.
Yeah. I mean, I had a couple of really interesting work with the Idea Accelerator with TNB, where, you know, as you mentioned, right, we talk about different kinds of data that comes in together. It's really a mind-opening session because like I understand so much more better like the challenges that TNB faces, and TNB also starts to understand that it's actually a lot of things we can do with the data that we have, because before that they thought that the data is sitting there, we can't do much about it. So it's a great learning sessions, and I think that is where we can really take it to the next step. Yeah, so looking forward to that.
Yeah, thank you. Datin, so in this, right, Sarah has been launched. I'm sure you have a vision for Sarah in terms of improving our customer experience as well. So when we look into this most impactful area in energy sector, maybe I'll let you to share about your vision on Sarah moving forward.
Naturally, Sarah will not just stop at FAQ. Sarah's objective when we came up with the idea is to bring down our TNB care line cost. The cost has been increasing over the years in a rather exponential manner, and yet customer is still not happy. And we are looking at shifting these interactions to the virtual agent. So what we start with the FAQ, and soon enough we are going to go into outage reporting and also street light reporting, where customer will have an option, an alternative channel, rather than having to call care line 15454. They can just report the outage through Sarah. And also we are looking at customer information update. We do not really have a self-serviced channel for customer information, and this is where we have issues with the data decay for our customer data. So we are also looking at the customer information update. And perhaps maybe next year we are going to also include on the bills, but of course that will depend on our leadership agreement and approval as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think with the drive from top management, your vision on Sarah will come to reality as well. And ICT is in a journey to enable the success of Sarah. Encik Jamal ada? Okay, let's move on. So I would like to have this last question to sum up the panel discussion, right? So we talk about whether it's real, whether it's hype, and then if you have started, how do you scale? So there's also a saying, right? AI is innovation. So you shouldn't provide so much governance around it. But yet, you need governance. You need cybersecurity so that you can scale faster. So do we achieve a balance between innovation and governance? We just don't care. Just go ahead and we deal with the consequences later. So I throw the question to the panelists. Gaurav, you want to share your view on this?
Yeah, I think with respect to, I would say, compliance and ethics, it's very important to have that as part of your innovation journey, right? And even if we take a step back from AI, right, whatever we do, whatever we build has to have ethics, has to have compliance baked into it, right? There's nothing which gets rolled out without ethics and compliance. So again, AI implementation sort of inherits that, but I think there was a challenge, maybe I would say, when the entire LLM journey started around, biasness of the responses. I think with the latest frameworks or with the latest technology and the overall reasoning capabilities of the models have improved significantly. So they're able to interpret, they're able to sort of, you can control the bias, you can reduce the bias, you can ground them to, the information which is sort of very specific to your organization so that they can stick to it. So now we have a lot of these controls. We also have ways wherein you can measure the performance of these models. You can essentially have like 2 models and you can see the comparison of outputs, right? And then you can decide which makes sense, which doesn't make sense. So I think from a framework, from a technology perspective, I think it's now, you can essentially bake in the overall ethics, compliance requirements. If you take example of TNB, whatever your compliance and ethics requirements are as part of your overall innovation journey. So yeah, it has to be part of your innovation journey. There's no getting away with that because that only helps in bringing confidence internally and externally as well, because trust is the most important thing, I would say.
Okay, thank you, Bara. So if trust is the most important thing and ethics and governance is a must in the innovation, but I still want it to be faster despite all this. So Dr. Shin, do you have any suggestion on how we can do that?
Can I try to answer both questions because I'm really super interested in this question. I'm going to share my personal opinion. With my background as a data scientist, a lot of people would say that I should drive a Tesla, right? But then I don't, right? And I told people that I don't drive Tesla because I want to wait for sufficient enough crashes due to Tesla before I'm confidently going to buy a Tesla, right? So what I'm saying right now is a bit bad on my side, but then the point I'm trying to make is that the same thing goes with AI, right? Like one of my job as the head of AI is that every day I go back home, I try to break the LLMs. Every time you come up with a new model, I'll try all kinds of questions to try to break. And I can tell you that it's increasing harder and harder and harder to break it. But why is that important? That has to go with our governance. It's easier for our consumer to say, I'll wait and see. I'll let Tesla crash a few more times before I buy a Tesla. But as a government who wants to really encourage the usage of electric EVs, right? And really want to encourage autonomous driving, we can't leave it until, we can't just do that. So this is where the governance comes in very important. Number one, accountability. If things like that, and it will happen, if it happens, who is accountable and how do we control it? And then what's governance, right? So we have, like, for example, for EVs, we have like level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4 autonomous driving to make sure that, you don't go all the way there until sufficiently tested, and then the test has become increasingly more difficult. And that's the same thing with AI, right? There are certain things we can do quite safely. We know that even if it gives you a wrong answer, that's fine. But there are situations, let's say we're using AI for legal or for tax, we have to be careful, right? So the human in the loop, human over the loop, all these kind of conversations is very important. Governance when it comes to AI is very, very, very important. And it's, again, it also very depends on the organization. So I used to join a startup. For startups, my founder boss used to say this, which I remember until now, right? And it's very different from organizations like Tenaga, where governance and security and the safe start to AI is very profound and very important. For the startups, they said, let's just try it first. When the MCMC or whoever with the government agency starts to call us up and say, hey, you're doing something that we think is a bit, that we should be worried about, my founder boss will say that we're probably doing something right. Because as a startup, we are disruptors. But Tenaga is a very critical infrastructure for the country, and we cannot afford to do that. So we have to set the governance there, make sure that it is in place before we take the step forward. Now, to answer the second question, how do we accelerate that much better? In fact, I think the answer to the first question is also the answer to the second question. If you set up the regulations and the framework and the governance correctly, I think innovation will fly. And I think that sometimes Malaysia, I think we can, as a whole, as a country, we can do a lot more in setting up clearer guidelines on what are the do's and don'ts when it comes to AI. Where are the areas where I'm free to fly and innovate, and where are the areas that I absolutely need to be careful and put human in the loop? So I think that bit is one thing that is very important. To add on top of this governance and framework, I think if this is the last question, I just want to add on this because I think we touched very little on this one. I think Dati mentioned that a little bit. I think talent is very, very important because I came back from UK about 5 years ago, coming back to Malaysia, and the first thing I noticed is that talent in Malaysia in AI is really scarce. After 5 years, there has been a lot of improvement, but not fast enough. And I've worked very closely with some of my counterparts in Singapore. I can dare say that 5 years ago, Singapore and Malaysia was roughly at the same place in terms of AI. 5 years ago. Singapore has no AI talent, not much, and have to rely on a lot of foreign talent. But 5 years later, Singapore has gone so fast, and Malaysia has lagged behind a little bit. And I think this is something that, as I recruit a lot of fresh grads into my team as well, I feel the same thing. A lot of fresh grads from Malaysia, when they do about AI, they don't go in depth enough. They look at, I know how to do AI because I know how to call some libraries. Import NumPy, import sklearn, or I know AI, right? But that's not it. That's not AI, right? You have to know what's going behind under the hood. It's not driving the car. It's knowing how to repair the engine that makes the difference, that makes you a data science. So we really need to go down to that level. I think with these two areas done, and with the infrastructure that we have, with NVIDIA and YTL, Malaysia is really in a good position to be at the forefront of AI.
Thank you for the different perspective on this question, right? And I think maybe I mentioned that whether you need the right balance or whether you don't need it. And from Dr. Shin sharing just now, he said that if you set the right governance in place, innovation will not be stunted. It will fly instead. Maybe you can draw from your experience because you have set up the data governance and share with us how actually that expedite or accelerate some of the innovation that's happening at your end.
I like to quote a very, I was fascinated by this statement. I picked it up from McKinsey. It says that it takes a village for data leadership to happen. So it's saying that it cannot be done by just one person or a unit. My unit, I have 15 DQ team members, but they will not be able to handle all 10 million customer data. So what we did, we have come up with the data governance retail structure, where we identified the RACI, and we have identified the departments that's responsible to ensure that our customer data is of a high quality. And trust me, that alone is a long journey. We've been on it for a year. The improvement that we are seeing is less than 10%. But then I always tell my management that data governance, data quality is a journey. It cannot happen overnight. And but without it, our AI model will be compromised. How would we trust our AI model? Even with Sarah, when I tried a question, I asked a certain question. I will ask my team member, is that the right answer? Even I myself having trust issues. But I should not, because I know that Sarah is a good project. But being responsible, being accountable, I still have that jittery. So it's not easy, but one trait that I have is that I am very stubborn. And I hope to have our customer data 100% cleansed. We have a legacy issue because the MBA has been around for 75 years. So I'm not going to declare that we have tip-top customer data. We don't, but we are getting there. So thank you, Christine.
Thank you for the sharing. So we are coming to the close of the panel discussion. It's been really insightful personally for me. So drawing from the last bits, right, we also in ICT has taken the same step. We know that you need an AI strategy, but it takes time to build. But it is also coming on so aggressively that almost every single one of you are using ChatGPT or some other tools out there. And there is concern, right, of data being leaked. Would you be uploading a TNB document and asking ChatGPT question about it? From TNB point of view, we do not want that to happen. So that's why I mentioned about the 100-day sprint earlier. So in the 100-day sprint, it's a no-regret move, right? We have put in the governance, the guardrails embedded in our AI platform, and now is when we want innovation to fly. And now I'm giving this call to action to all the businesses out there, all the division, that if you want to embark on your AI journey, you have a generative AI use case, come explore with us. Let's look at the value and how do we bring the impact to your business. So that's a call of action from myself. And before we end it, I'll pass the floor to each of you. Maybe you can choose to have a few words to sum up this session, or you can also use it as a call of action for our TNB. Thank you.
I think there's one point I wanted to make it earlier and I forgot, right? And it just came to my mind when Ms. Tatin was talking. I think in order to scale faster or innovate faster, you need to have two important things. One is you need to have a framework wherein people can experiment and they can fail fast. The second thing is that, and if I take example of TNB, right, like 30,000 plus employees, any innovation you do, you already have a customer set of 30,000. And if I take example of where I work at Google, right, every day I wake up, Google Photos changes, Google Calendar changes, Workspace changes, Maps changes, because the 180,000 global employees of Google are testing it every day, right? So I think it's very important to use the existing assets. Any innovation you do, use your existing team, use your existing people, and you can just silently slip things in, right? You don't have to even invite them, and they'll use it, they'll give feedback, right? So that's something which I think is really important, and I think maybe TNB needs to embrace that as well to sort of accelerate the overall innovation journey. Yeah, thank you.
Can't agree more. So whenever there is a new release, a new features, a new project being launched, come forward and give us the feedback. Do not keep it to yourself. You need to come into the journey for us to bring data to impact for TNB. Okay, so that's from Gaurav. Thank you for that. Dr. Shin, over to you.
I'm going to say something a bit philosophical, so it's kind of motherhood, but I think it's kind of important. It's something that guides me in my life for a very long period of time, and I think it's something that it's sort of, you can say, is a call to action. I think something that's very important, especially in the age of AI, because AI is evolving so fast that, again, like I said, 3 months ago, what I say about AI is completely wrong. 2 years ago, I never thought that Gen AI would be where it is right now. Something that helped me, I would say, did quite well in the realms of AI was two things that my professor at Cambridge used to tell me. He said he used to choose a student, he only chose two things, right? It's only passion and curiosity. The rest, it can be learned. And I think for AI, it's the same thing. It's evolving so fast, you know, and to really keep up, you just need to have passion and curiosity, and the rest, you can learn. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I think that applies to everything in life that you're anchoring on your purpose. Have passion, has curiosity. Maybe I want to add one more thing. You also need the discipline. Because your motivation, your passion can die, but if you are disciplined, you can learn, right? Okay, last but not least, Tatin, over to you.
Okay, I don't know whether you heard of Roy Bennett's quote. He said that you never change your life until you are out of your comfort zone. And for a while, I thought he must be cuckoo when he said that, like, why don't you want to be in your comfort zone? You know, like, I want to be in my comfort zone. But with Sarah, I have been in a uncomfortable zone for many years. Just to share, retail has started AI projects since 2020. It was during the COVID lockdown, but as Dr. Shin said, Gen AI was not in existence yet. So we started with the NLP by AWS, Natural Language Processing. The service is called AWS Kendra. And when we felt that it was ready and we presented it to the retail folks, including our retail management, you'll be surprised the kind of input that you get. Sarah is a robot, but the expectation that's coming from is that she has to be human-like. She needs to be able to answer to all silly questions and so on. But that's not so bad. There's also an input that she has to change her costume every festive season. So if you've seen Sarah just now, she's quite a serious virtual agent. She wears a suit, and the expectation is that if it's Chinese New Year, she has to wear cheongsam, Raya, she has to wear kebaya, and so on. It has been a very interesting journey, and now that I'm out of the wood, I hope, I do feel the sweetness of Roy Bennett's quote, that it has created some magic in my life, that I actually understood what AI is without being in Cambridge like Dr. Shin. So yes, that's my sharing. Thank you, Christine.
Okay, thank you, Latin. I think before we close the session, my sincere thanks to all of you for being so candid in sharing your experiences and insights, and I hope the audience benefited from this panel session. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Moderator and panelists, please stay on stage. Thank you to our panelists for such a thought-provoking discussion underscoring hype versus reality of AI. You're invited to stand in front of the stage for photography session. The session has emphasized the need to move beyond the hype by braving through a cultural change, breaking data silos, and bringing the people along the journey to achieve meaningful outcomes. I must say, the appearance of Nova is such a show stealer that serves as a powerful evidence on how advanced AI has become. To express our gratitude for their time and knowledge, I'd now like to invite Ms. Christine to present token of appreciation to our panelists. Please join me in giving them another big round of applause. Thank you, Ms. Christine, and thank you to our incredible panelists.
Now is the time for the moment many of you have been waiting for, the Tnb AWS LLM League Finale. This competition showcases the creativity and innovation of our participants as they demonstrate the future of AI-powered solutions.
As we move forward, we are excited to witness the grand finale of Tnb AWS LLM League. This is a culmination of hard work, creativity, and innovation from our talented participants. To ensure a seamless continuation of this exciting event, I'd like to hand over the session to Haris and our AWS representatives, Shazli.
Haris and Shazli will take you through the finale and share the highlights of this remarkable journey. Please join me in welcoming Haris and Shazli.
Are you guys ready? One more time, are you guys ready? All right, much louder now. So, Assalamualaikum and very good evening to Tuan Haji Azlan bin Ahmad, our Chief Information Officer, our CIO, ILC members, and to all the audience who are still here with us to witness our very first TNB LLM League Finale competition. And just a bit of context, we have this LLM League is to expose our team and participants in developing their own Gen AI chatbot with a specific team of responsible AI in energy industry. So for throughout 2 weeks, we have conducted a virtual leaderboard where they submit their AI models in our virtual leaderboard. And from there, we identify the top 5 teams that they will send their reps in competing the finale for today. But for today, it's not just about the participants and for the team members, it's also about the audience. We want the audience to participate with us as well by casting your vote of your team. In details, Cik Shazli will brief us what the audience need to do.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Shazli. I'm a solutions architect for AWS and very heavily involved and invested in TNB. So with that, I would just like the audience to please scan the QR code that is on the side panels. This will actually come up with a link to install Discord. The Discord program will actually is the way you vote for your the most correct entry or the entry that you desire. So please scan it now because there will be some time that you will need to install and you need to register with your email address. And once that's done, we can keep going, right?
All right. So as Cik Shazli mentioned, you can vote the best answers to a prompt that is generated by AI. So with that, before we introduce our finalists, let us first introduce our expert panelists. First, we have Tuan Haji Nick Sofizan, our SGM and Head of Center of Delivery Operation and Services, to the judges table. And for AWS?
Okay, I would like to invite the country manager for public sector for AWS Malaysia, Encik Hafiz Hassan, which has just been
newly appointed.
So, no pressure.
No pressure. All right, now let us reveal the time that we've been waiting for, the top 5 finalists from 27 teams competing from all over Malaysia and TNB. First, we have the conversion from ICT. Please send your reps. Only 1 rep on the stage. Then we have Powerpuff Girls, also from ICT. Then we have Neo the One from GPD or Group People Division, Group HR. Also, we have Labu Labi from Single Buyer. And also, last but not least, Kuasa Kuda, all the way from TNBR. All right, all the audience ready? All the audience ready to vote?
Ready, yes or no? Yes? Are you ready? Are you sure? I cannot hear you. Are you ready?
Kat screen nanti.
All right.
Okay, judges, are you ready? Ready? Okay, finalists, are you guys ready? Yeah. Ready? All right, let's roll out the first question. Okay, the first question, how can AI enhance operational efficiency in energy utilities while adhering to ethical principles? So let's hear how their AI models answer the questions.
So if you see at the leaderboard, what the contestants are doing is they are not actually entering the model, they are just prompting the answer. The model will be generated and the contestants are just tuning the output, whether it be the temperature or the randomness or how creative it will be, alright?
You can see the Powerpuff Girls have already submitted their models to answer. Neo the One, okay. And we left Labu Labi and Kuasa Kuda. Maybe we can start our vote. Okay, all of the teams have submitted their AI models.
So you can scan to vote, so we'll come with the timer to vote.
We have 120 seconds for audience to vote and for the panelists to choose as well. For your information, the weightage for the three types of panelists, 40% by the judges, 40% by you guys. If you want to support your team or maybe you want to be professional, not to be biased, you can choose wherever it is suitable based on the prompt, and also 20% by the AI models itself.
Okay, so if you look at your screen, you should receive the PDF and also a button for each team. So pick your favorite one for you, all right?
We have 34 votes by order, 35 and increasing. Thank you everyone for participating in this event. We have less than 80 seconds. How's the finalists? Okay, you guys look nervous.
Please note that they are not thinking the LLM is actually answering for them, okay? So based on how they train the model, it will be how the model respond, okay? So just to highlight, this is actually an LLM train which has been trained by them.
Yep. We have another 40 seconds, more or less 40 seconds. 57 has already voted from the audience. We need judges' vote as well. As you can see, there's a lot of format of answering from the participant. It is where they can set their parameters and also can customize the answers in the parameters section of the finalist point of view. Okay, one judge has already voted. Come on, Chairfish. Okay, 63 audience have voted. We wait for our judges to vote.
Okay. So both judges have voted. It should be updated soon, right? So thank you for those who have voted.
All right, all the judges have voted. Let's see the current standing, the live standing. All right, this is the live standing, ladies and gentlemen. Currently, the conversion is leading the way, followed by Labu Labi, Kuasa Kuda, Powerpuff Girl, and Neo D1.
Okay.
There's a lot of fans. Okay, let's move on to our next question.
Round 2. Okay, how should energy companies establish accountability for AI-driven decisions? Okay.
Right, sounds tricky.
Yeah. It's a good question to ask yourself as well.
All right, let's start the second question. If any audience still did not install Discord, you can scan the QR code. We will direct to the Discord installation setting.
Just hold on for a second.
All right, the finalists have 30 seconds to adjust their parameters. Oh, everyone have already answered actually, okay.
Yeah, okay. So they've actually voted while the change of scenery.
There's a bit of delay just now. Actually, all the participants have already answered.
So judges, you may answer.
We can maybe proceed to our audience vote. How should energy companies establish accountability for AI-driven decision? Okay, the AI is sending the answers to for voting.
So the judges are carrying the
All right.
PDF document now.
The timer to vote starts now. We have 110 seconds. All right, the voting is increasing quite rapidly. We have 20 votes, almost 20 votes from the audience. Who will you choose? Kuasa Kuda, Labu Labi, Neo Dewan, Powerpuff Girls, or the Conversion?
And I would just like to highlight that one of the teams is actually from the people department, right? So
yeah, group people division.
Group people division. So the moral of the story is anyone can do LLM if you put your mind to it, right?
Mind and people, since they are people division.
They are people and they are getting ideas on how to implement them in TNB as well.
We have almost 60 seconds for voting. Less than 50 seconds. Maybe we can interview some of the finalists.
Please select your victim.
Maybe we can ask Kuasa Kuda here. So how do you feel to set up the parameters right before you submit your model?
Actually, using SageMaker is quite easy, but it requires time and effort to achieve the highest accuracy.
Right. So, what do you think of this competition in giving awareness about Gen AI with hands-on exposure?
I think it's a good approach in terms of gamification. So I think you need to organize such event every year.
Right. Thank you so much. From TNBR, Kuasa Kuda.
One judge has answered.
All right. We wait for another judge, then we can proceed to the live standing. Okay, all the judges have already voted. Can we see the live standing? Oh, Neo Dewan potong.
Wow.
Betul-betul Cik Syazli puji group people division dia terus naik.
So we know who are the best LLM data scientists here. Okay.
Alright, Neo Dewan followed by Conversion, Labu Labi, Kuasa Kuda for second round. Let's proceed to the third round. What are the best practices for managing data bias in energy-related AI application? What are the best practices for managing data bias in energy-related AI application? Alright, they have 30 seconds to submit their AI models. Maybe I can ask or interview any audience. I can see Hidayah. Okay, I have Faid. Alright, Faid, what do you think about this gamification?
Yeah, I think the gamification is very great for all Tnb staff actually to improve themselves, especially in AI, Gen AI and everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Faid, our Power Platform expert. Maybe we can ask the team members here because they're sending their reps. Maybe we can ask Neo Dewan. So what do you guys think when in the second round your team is leading in the standing?
Got really good. I think it's the effort that we have put into the model and it's giving the output that we wanted to do.
Thank you so much. You guys have inspired us all. Even group people division can create their own Gen AI chatbot. I think it will echo around other division as well to follow suit. And perhaps maybe next year we can host similar gamification as well. All right, we have another 90 seconds for the audience to vote. What are the best practices for managing data bias in energy-related AI application?
So before that, I just want to know what sort of difference you as the audience are making. The voting is 40% audience vote, 40% expert judges vote, and 20% with our controlled large language model. So you are holding the participants' chance to win, all right? So we have 73 votes from the audience.
We can see the expert panelists also quite serious in voting the best answers to the prompt. Thank you so much again, Tuan Haji Nik and Encik Afif for being with us. We have another 4 rounds, right? 40 seconds left to vote for your team members or to vote for the best answer to the prompt. Maybe Cik Shazli, you can interview people from this side. Anyone? Kadira, maybe?
So, apa pendapat anda tentang kompetisi ni, Kak?
It's encourage people, regardless you come from any business line, to be more creative, to put your thoughts into AI.
Thank you. Puan nama apa?
Dira.
Puan Dira. Okay, thank you, Puan Dira. And just in time because the time is over for voting. So we will wait for the judges to give their vote.
We have 103 votes from the audience, quite a number. We need 2 votes from the judges to proceed. All right, one of our panelists has voted.
Both have voted.
Both has voted. Let us proceed to our live standing.
Okay.
Let's see if the one still hold the number 1 position. Okay, the changes is only for number 3 and number 4, Kuasa Kuda and Labu Labi.
Okay, you still have a chance, don't worry.
All right, let's proceed to the next question, round 4. How can AI system be designed to respect user privacy in energy usage data? How can AI system be designed to respect user privacy in energy usage data? Finalists have 30 seconds to set the parameters before submitting their models. Let's see if Neo the one still holding the top of the league. Ni lepas Cik Shazli puji Group People Division, terus dia maintain nombor 1.
Okay, I will prop up my adik-adik with the Powerpuff Girls. Since they are the first to answer.
Alright, so every team has submit their models. We proceed to the audience vote and the panelist vote. How can AI system be designed to respect user privacy in energy usage data?
Okay, I'm going to ask my friend here. Tuan,
Alright,
what is
the
your
vote starts now. 120 seconds for you to vote.
What is your strategy to win this competition, Tuan?
The key is in the data quality, so we make sure that the data is as optimal as possible for the AI. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So if you were in the previous session, it is highlighted that the data itself is very important for an effective large language model. So it is just not to use the tool, but to actually train your large language model properly based on the parameters that you're given. Alright. So thank you so much, sir. Good luck.
Alright, saya tanya next audience lah belah sini. Kita tanya Nabil from Labu Labi. The interesting question is, why do you choose Labu Labi as the LLM league competition name?
That's actually a very easy answer. It's named after one of our members' cats, Labu and Labi.
Okay, there's no Gen AI related.
Cats are, to me, generative AI already. They can think on their own, so there you go.
Create content for you, is it?
They can create content for us.
Alright, that's the behind the scene of the name Labu Labi. Gen AI cat. Maybe in the near future we can have our own Gen AI cat. We have another 35 seconds.
Yeah, I think there's some technical issues with the voting system. So we will go with the judges' vote for this.
All right, we have 20 seconds. Maybe Kwan. Ten seconds more. There are slight technical issue with the audience vote, I believe, as mentioned by Cik Shazli. But no worries, we have panelists vote and we have 30 votes from the audience, and both judges have already voted. Let us see the live ranking. Oh, Labu-Labi and Kuasa Kuda always change side by side. Alright, Neo the One still maintain the first place. Let us proceed to the next round, round 5. How can energy utilities ensure fairness in AI-driven decision-making processes? Round 5 starts now. Kuasa Kuda, Labu-Labi, Neo the One, Powerpuff Girl, or the conversion. Labu-Labi and his cat already submit your AI model. The conversion, Powerpuff Girl, Neo the One and Kuasa Kuda. Alright, they have all submitted their AI models. Let's proceed to the audience vote. Maybe we can ask Neo the One reps here, Aminur. How do you guys, how do you stay calm despite all this in front of the audience to set the parameters and so on? How do you stay calm and maintain to be the top of the league?
I just try to not look at them for the time being, because I get anxious when I'm on stage. So I just try to focus on my screen. Yep.
Imagine them as a Gen AI cat like Labu-Labi lah. Alright, maybe we can ask Powerpuff Girls. How is your experience so far in this gamification?
It was a good experience for me, and actually this is my first time join this kind of competition, so nervous at the same time.
Alright, from ICT. All the best. We have another 65 seconds more for audience to vote. $45 seconds. 54 vote by audience already submitted. Another, how many seconds? 15 seconds. $54 votes already submitted by our audience. I believe some of you have some problem voting. I'm so sorry for that shortcoming. But we have to proceed. And 2 judges have already voted. We can proceed to the live standing. Is Neo the One still maintaining the first place? Oh, the standing is still the same. Group People Division still maintaining the top of the league. Let us proceed in our next mission, next question, round 6, our second last round. Very timely. What safeguard should be in place to ensure human oversight in critical AI-driven energy operation? Just for you guys info, we will not reveal the top 3 right after the 7th question, our last question. The top 3 will be revealed during our pre-event prize giving ceremony. So you guys will not know whether Neo the One still maintaining top of the league by the end of this session. we will announce during our pre-event prize giving ceremony. So this is our second last questions. All of the participants have submitted their AI models. We can proceed to audience vote.
So we will see how the entrance here. So
belum lagi. We can proceed to the audience vote.
should see the PDF of the answers for the different questions.
All right, audience vote has already started. So for the panelists, you guys should have the PDF as well. All right, 33 votes have been already submitted by the audience. We have 110 seconds more. Maybe while waiting for audience to vote, we would like to interview people from over here. Amirin, as one of our data expert in Tnb ICT, how do you think data is important to ensure a smooth Gen AI application?
I mean, data is actually the next oil, right? So it's like having good data is actually gives insights more on what's actually currently happen, what's actually going to happen. So yeah, having that will be beneficial for our company itself.
Right. Do you think this gamification helps in proving that point, whereby we submit our data models and how our Gen AI answers to a prompt based on the data that we have?
Yeah, I think the gamification somehow makes people more interesting for us to learn something new, especially something on the techie, right? So this part is actually make people will be more interested to join and understand what is actually about the Gen AI itself.
All right, thank you, Amirin from ICT. We have another 20 seconds more. We wait for judges' vote.
So if you want, so just the history about how the LM models are trained. We start off with the base model, and then what the contestants or the team will do is they will actually get the question answers.
All right, both judges has already cast their vote. We can proceed to the live standing. Is it still the same? Actually, Neo the One. Oh, okay, Labu Labi has taken over Neo the One from Single Buyer. All right, we come up with our last question. The last question is actually, as you can see, it's about superhero. As I am also one of the superhero fans. It is actually a make or break because the team will have double points. So maybe some of the teams can overtake one another, as you can see from up there. Bonus question with double the points. So the question is, to make it more interesting, if AI were a superhero for energy utilities, what would its superpower be and how it could save the day responsibly? Okay, participant has 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to submit the AI models. Alright, we have Kuasa Kuda and all the team has already submitted. Let us proceed to our audience vote. Alright, audience can start vote now. We have 150 seconds left.
So is this a usual question to ask an AI to see what superpower it will be?
So, I think we left out the middle audience. Maybe we can ask some of the audience here in the middle. Okay, Haziq. Haziq, how do you think Gen AI can help in improving servicing our customers?
By offering a good advice and assistance to the customers from what can be generated by Gen AI.
All right, thank you, Haziq, for that very brief and very cool answer. Thank you, Haziq. All right, maybe we can ask another one, Helmi. Helmi, I can see him alone here. So Helmi, what do you think about this gamification in giving awareness on responsible AI?
I think this is a good exposure for TNB staff to explore more on the capabilities and also to encourage TNB staff to use Gen AI as their daily use of helping to achieve their targets, basically.
All right, thank you, Helmi. Yep, how to improve the usage of Gen AI responsibly. Thank you, Helmi, and thank you, Haziq. I think we have covered all angles of the audience. We have 5 seconds more. 43 votes has been submitted by the audience. We have 1 vote left from the judges. This is the make or break for each team because they will have a bonus point.
So this last question is double points. So both judges have answered.
All right. Both judges has already submitted. So we will not show the top 3. So you guys have to wait by the end of the session during our pre-event prize giving ceremony. So once again, I would like to say thank you to our expert panelists, the newly appointed AWS Country Manager, Cik Hafiz Hassan, and also Tuan Haji Nick Sofizan. Newly appointed juga, dia kata newly appointed juga. Our SGM and Head of Center Delivery Operation and Services. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for being very open-minded to be part of this journey. Thank you to all the audience as well for participating by casting your votes and be part of this journey as well. And also, most importantly, thank you to all the participants. Your hard work and dedication for the almost more than 3 weeks has truly inspired us all. So give a big round of applause to all the participants and finalists as well as our panelists.
Okay, thank you so much for having AWS part of this adventure, and apologies for any shortcomings. So good luck for all the contestants, and I hope you enjoy yourself and learn about LLM modeling from us, with us. Thank you.
All right, don't forget to visit our booth, we know, as well as AWS booth outside of the hall. Thank you once again. Participants, you can return to your seat. Thank you so much, everyone.
Let's
and
give
we
them
pass
a
back
warm round
to our
of
main
applause.
MC.
Thank you, Haris. Thank you, Shazli. After an engaging finale, we'll have a quick tea break and another opportunity to explore the exhibition booth and knowledge hubs. The screen will display the floor map for your reference. You guys may also bring in the food inside the hall and enjoy your tea break here.
Additionally, we will be hosting 2 exciting sessions during the tea break. The first one will be session 4, presented by the first runner-up of TNB Open InnoQuest 2024 from Group Finance, entitled ESG Carbon Footprint Calculator, which will start shortly. So do make sure you don't miss it.
Then following that, we will have session 5, presented by first runner-up of TNB Idea Accelerator 2024 from TNB Genco, entitled Gas Power Plant Heat Rate Optimization. Both sessions promise to offer valuable insights, so be sure to attend and get involved. Please enjoy your tea break. We will start our session soon. Please fill in the front seats for those who are already inside the hall. For attendees outside of the hall, you please return to the main hall as we will start our next session soon. Okay, for those who already seated, please, I would like to ask your help to fill in the front row first and leave the 15 rows at the back empty. We're gonna start our session soon. Just fill in the front rows first and at the middle first. For those who've just come in, please make your way up to the front and fill in the front rows first. Okay, I see a lot of people coming in. Okay, make your way to the front, straight away to the front so that we can fill in the front rows first. Please leave the back rows empty. Fill in the front rows first. Come on, guys, let's go. Last sprint. Those at the back, please move front. Welcome back, everyone. Now it's time to celebrate the winners of our pre-event competitions. We are thrilled to honor the brilliant minds and innovative projects that have set the bar high. Let's start by announcing the winner.
We'll begin by announcing the winners of the TNB AWS Simulation Day. Please join me in welcoming Encik Azman Zakaria to the stage to present the awards. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Please, we'll call Encik Sharman, if you may. Thank you, Encik Sharman.
For third place, Team Labu Labi from Single Buyer. Please stay on stage for photography session. Second place, Team Ranpo Experimental Zero Unicorn Gundam from Distribution Network Division. interesting choice of name. And for the first place of TNB AWS Simulation Day, Team Euphoria from ICT Division.
Thank you, Encik Sharman, for presenting the awards. Once again, please everyone, let's give them a round of applause. Next, we have the winners of the TNB Open InnoQuest 2024. To present these awards, please join me in welcoming Encik Ezri to the stage. Encik Ezri, please. A warm of applause for Encik Ezri. All the winners, please remain on stage after receiving your awards for photography session. The winner of Most Engaging Presentation, won by Muhammad Zulfikri Roslan from Distribution Network. Our winner, please stay at the stage for photography session. Thank you. Okay, for the third place. The winner is Team MAH from HSE Sustainability Division, walking away with a cash prize of RM 500 ringgit. Second place. The winner of second place, Team Simple but Helpful from Group Finance, taking home a cash prize of 1,500 ringgit. the first place, the winner of the first place, Team PPD S2 from Distribution Network, earning a cash reward of 3,000 ringgit. For your information, this winner is represented by DN Head of Zone South 2 Encik Rizal bin Ramlan as the team member. This showcase commitment from DN top management to ace the competition. Let's have a quick group photo.
Thank you, Encik Ezri, for presenting the awards and for being part of this special moment. Let's show him our appreciation as he exits the stage. Moving on, we'll now announce the winners of the TNB Idea Accelerator. For the first session, we invite Hajah Fatimah Abdul Qadir to the stage to present the awards. For most collaborative team, Team Nexus from DN. All winners, please remain on stage after receiving your awards for photography session afterwards. For most creative use of data, Team PBNJ, also from DN. For most impactful solution, Team Analytics from Genco. For most outstanding presentation, Team Nexus from the end. Moving on to individual awards. For most outstanding leader, Abdul Hakim Abdul Rahman from Team AMI Distribution Network Division. Please remain on stage. For most outstanding presenter, Technologies Abbas Ismail from Team Energy X Genco. Everyone, please move to the center of the stage for photography session.
A huge thank you to Hajah Fatima for presenting the awards. And once again, a round of applause to the winners. For the second session of the TNB Idea Accelerator 2024, we invite Puan Syahira Bahari to present the awards. All winners, please remain on stage after receiving your awards for a photography session. A round of applause for Puan Syahira Bahari. Bukan selalu. Okay, we'll start. The winner of third place won by Team Ethicoeletics from Genco, earning a cash reward of 500 ringgit. Second place. A big round of applause for Team Energy X from Genco, earning a cash reward of 1,500 ringgit. And the first place won by Team Nexus from the end, the champion of Tnb Idea Accelerator 2024. Taking home a cash prize of 3,000 ringgit. Congratulations once again for all the winners.
Thank you, Puan Shahira, and congratulations to all winners. It was not an easy journey of 6 weeks for all of the participants. Finally, we'll announce the result of the nerve-wracking TNB AWS LLM League competition that we had the honor to witness on stage just now. To present the awards, please welcome Encik Nasrin Abang Omar to the stage. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Okay, a round of applause for Encik Nasrin.
For third place, team The Convergence from ICT Division. For second place, team Labu Labi from Single Buyer. Are you guys ready for the winner? Can you guess who's the winner? Okay, the winner for TNB AWS LLM League competition, Team Neo D1 from Group People Division.
One group photo, please. Another round of applause for the winners. A big thank you to Encik Nasrin and congratulations again to all the winners.
A huge thank you to all our award presenters and congratulations once again to all of our winners as well as participants. Your hard work, creativity, and innovation are truly inspiring. We look forward to seeing even greater achievements in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, and with that, Icon 2024 is coming to an end. As we draw the curtain on this memorable event, we would like to thank everyone for your active participation and for making this event a success.
We hope you leave here inspired and ready to embrace the transformative power of data and AI. Have a safe journey home and see you at the next Icon.
Before you leave the venue, we would appreciate if you can return your plates and cups to the dining hall. Thank you for helping us keep the space clean and organized.
To wrap up this incredible day, we now invite Encik Zamin Zuhair, Head of Technical and Architecture, ICT Division, TNB, to deliver the closing remarks.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Alhamdulillah. I thought petang ni dah tak ada orang, masih ramai. Anyway, first and foremost, I now stand between you and your traffic going home. So, I make it short. Anyway, first and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude. Pertama sekali kepada our main sponsor, Mr. Haji Azlan Ahmad, our CIO. A round of applause. Secondly, to the speakers, exhibitors, panelists, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and also sharing your knowledge on AI and also and data to our guests and participants today. And you guys did it for free. Itu paling penting. So thank you so much. Thirdly, panggil Christine. Christine, come up. To the organizing committee. Today, the organizers are actually from technology, architecture, and also digital. Behind the organizing committee ada 70 people actually, 70 orang to make this today a success. Tapi I would like to call upon 4 of our main organizer, Mr. Nasim. Mana Nasim? Nasim, Puan Moon, Chai, and also K2. I think these are the people yang has been working hard for the past 3 months. Thank you so much. And tak lupa yang lain-lain, 70 orang lagi tu. Last but not least, to the participants, I hope we actually organize this for you. It's about data, it's about AI. So hopefully, with all the panelists, the topics that you guys have seen today, you guys can bring something back home on AI and data. So today also we launch our We Know. So it's a new tool for you to use to help with your daily tasks and also job lah. So hopefully ICT can support with the new motto yang CEO cakap pagi tadi.
Do you know? We know.
Bukan do you know yang tu. Kan? Salah.
Saya ingat. It's
agile delivery with speed, data to value. Inshallah. So we support you. So with that, once again from the organizing committee, we'd like to thank you again and sorry for any shortcoming. See you in 2026, inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's a wrap.
Committee members, tolong naik atas. Kita nak ambil gambar. Fast. Let's go. Kita nak ambil gambar. Committee members, come. Let's take a picture. Jangan malu-malu. Tak ada gambar, tak ada bukti. So, kena ambil gambar dulu.
Committee members yang ramai-ramai tadi nama tadi dah keluar. Everyone, can you please come on stage? Behind the scenes, at the audio, at every corner, those who are still working, you can stop working now. All come on stage. Okay, committee members, tak cukup lagi. Haji Lan dah panggil. Can we bring down the music for a while? Committee members, ada yang dekat bilik sebelah, if you can hear us, please come in the main hall. Those outside, those in the hall 1 and 2, those upstairs, at the back. Jijat mana Jijat? Nama dipetik Jijat.